Hello. How are we doing? Good evening, everyone. Happy Friday. TGIF. Has anyone done work? I just started work. Look at me. Stuck in the office on a Friday. Could be out drinking and partying like you guys, but stuck in the office on a late Friday. Hello, Mattis, Darkbone, Darren Campbell, Lolly. What's up, Tim? Nitsud Prime as well. What's up, Dustin? Oh, and the resub. 96 months, tier 3 from Nitsud Prime. You know what's crazy, Nitsud Prime? I was thinking about something recently. Mattis, you'll appreciate this too. I was thinking to myself, it's quite possible that Dustin will be resubbed for 100 months when he is going to knock someone the actual fuck out in chess boxing. Like, he might have the 100 sub buff just in time for his chess boxing fight. That could be big. That could be an unforeseen edge. Can you imagine resubbing for 100 months and you just get your own KO animation? Oof. That'd be special. Thanks for 96 though, Dustin. The reverse 69 and oh so close to 3 digits. We only have a handful of people that are getting up to those numbers. Darren Campbell, thanks for the 18 months as well. TJ85 for the 10 months. Pineapple, a couple years with us. New sub badge. Thanks, Pineapple. And Mr. Search, here's for the 31 months. Thank you, Sir Smith. 01, 21 months. I'm going to be continuing this series today. Yes. Our SlowBrah series. We did release, I guess you'd call the first episode of this series on YouTube. So if you haven't seen it, it's there. Check it out. Just wanted to remind ya. Thanks again, Sir Smith. Paul JB125, a year with Prime. Tektronic 22, 8 months with Prime. Narfus, 14 months with Prime. Some slow energy, yes. Gary loves pizza, 500 bits. Thank you, Gary. Well, thank you, Gary. That's the plan. I think we're going to have a good time. It's Friday. There's a few people that have recently been unbanned. Oh, bans? We don't do that here. Welcome to the inclusive and safe community, chess.com with the raid. Oh, thank you. Oh yes, hello Chicken Pants. A few convicts recently joined the stream again. Thanks to chess.com. Hello, Spenny. Yes, I caught the end of the JSCC match. Hey, buddy.
Hey.
You've got the UD swag on.
Yeah, it's a Friday. Show some more skin.
It's a good Friday look. I might save my skin for Kick, you know? Twitch doesn't deserve my skin. Hello, Akshan. What's up, buddy? Akshansh. Good to see you, man. Thank you so much for the raid, guys. Came at a good time because this will be the closest thing that you'll ever get to an educational stream on SlowBrah ever. So I hope you're ready to learn. This is like vegetables before dessert. It is Friday. We will be streaming for a while tonight, but we have to do our prerequisite learning first. Also, our dear friend Salty recently became unbanned. You're probably wondering why you see him in the chat. You thought maybe you wouldn't have to ever speak to that guy again. But Salty pledged that he would not. Basically, he did what I did for the GM title. Remember I said I was never going to shave until I became a GM? That's what Salty did. You see that? And Salty's only loss, the guy actually got banned. There you go. I remember Salty said he thought he lost to a big hacker.
Interesting chess clubs that he's a part of. Liv's Cute Little Princesses, Cyber Bunny's Chess Club, and it just looks...
And Z's Beans.
Yeah, like... I mean, we don't judge where people go at night. It's judgment-free, but I'm noticing a mix there. Right? Oh, I mean, what's Cute Little
Cute Little Princesses is hilarious. Only 8 people as well.
Like
only 8 members.
Exclusive clubs there for Cute Little Princesses.
I mean, we have 46,000 members, so the exclusivity is very low, actually.
No,
in SlowBrah.
99% admittance rate.
In fact, he might be the only cute little princess in chat right now. Very high chance.
Interesting. I might send some people to investigate.
Yeah. Basically, it's like Salty spent some time in prison and he came out a princess. So it's like we don't know what happened to him in there.
That's right.
We don't know what he got up to behind bars.
That's right. That's right.
But you know what? Princess Tiara aside, Salty, your rating progress was super impressive. He hit a new high blitz rating, and that's the reason he's unbanned. He was floating in the 1900s. First of all, he was floating 1850, and then we did a rehab stream, and he gained like 100 points right away. Then he was banned indefinitely, and he hit a new PB in Blitz. So definitely glad to have you back, buddy. But you earned it. This wasn't a charity unban. Hey, Sir Bramaro. Welcome. Shout out to chess.com and welcome. Welcome, dear viewers. We were just, I feel like at the beginning of the stream, you have to explain some of the bans, some of the unbans. It's like a State of the Union. Oh, but Salty is allowed to relapse after rehab. That's what all the famous people do as well, right? Salty's just getting used to being famous, you know? Thanks, Sam Squench. Thank you very much. But I said we're continuing with our SlowBrah series, and we are. How's everyone doing this fine Friday? Chess dude guy, I would say so. Almost everyone who gets banned from SlowBrah gains rating. It's actually a fact. JT Foxy feeling a bit slow. You guys can let me know what openings you'd like to see. As always, I'm taking suggestions. It's also Tim, I mean, you know, SlowBrah feels, man. Tim couldn't make the Vegas event, right? But we have quite a few chess bras repping in Vegas right now at the National Open. So whether it's in chess or on the poker tables, we definitely have bras in Vegas. Lonely Pumpkin 81, thanks for the brand new sub. In case there are some new viewers, drop us a follow. Hey, it's awesome to see those new subs come in. What do I think of the Vienna? Oh, it's the Wild Hacks alt account. We found it. King's Indian. I can try to get these openings. Vienna seems to be a popular one. People like Vienna. I've actually played Vienna a few times in this series so far, so you'll eventually see those episodes on the tube. Wow, hello, buddy. We have VIP, the VIP in chat. Hello, buddy Pranav. Yes, Mario, we had a Benoni game. That was my toughest game maybe of the entire thing. Photo of me with the Richie Otten haircut. That's a funny comment. Accurate as well. All right, guys, I'm going to start my first game. I've been playing 15-minute games. So we're playing 15 minutes, 10-second increment. I'm at just over 800 right now. We're starting to really get up there, getting some tougher games, some longer games, players using their time, less, opening blunders. So hopefully getting a bit more instructive. In my opinion, that's the case. But yeah, we'll see what color we get. That'll help you guys with your opening suggestions. Let's jump into the first game. Okay, we got the white pieces. I'm going to start with e4, because I certainly saw a lot of suggestions that seem to be in the e4 category. But, ooh, interesting. Well, my opponent's kind of dictating what opening we're playing. You see, you guys have no say after all. You guys have no say after all. So, knight f6, the Alekhine, or the Alekhine, or the Aljochen. Which one are you? Press 1 if you're the Alekhine, 2 if you're the Alekhine, 3 if you're the Aljochen. Because it says a lot about your personality. Wow, more 3s than I thought I would see. Way more than I thought. Honestly, it should be press 3 if you're an absolute liar. Ain't no way that all you guys are walking around, oh my god, dude, like, what should I play? Should I play the Alochen? Choke, bro. Definitely can't see you guys speaking like that. I think you're all lying. Okay, well, my opponent has certainly played the opening in an interesting way. So, knight e4, I mean, it's just asking to be attacked. D3, knight to c5, and then d4, knight e6, d5, you know what I mean? Like, we're just pushing this guy around here. So I don't like this move. I think it's a big mistake. And I'm probably just going to go d3, d4. The other nice thing about d3 is it stops knight there, which maybe is a good thing. So I'll start like this. Where does the knight go, right? It doesn't have these 3 squares. So it has to go here. But then after d4, where does the knight go now, right? It's like if the knight goes back here, all of a sudden, every single square is covered. So don't I just go win the knight? If I play bishop d3, there's going to be d5. Now, I might still end up winning the knight, but obviously, no point in doing this when I could win it outright with f3. Bishop d3, d5, I take en passant, then the knight can take back. I don't actually get anything there. Queen f3, this move again, maybe even f5. But my point is, we're just winning with f3. It might seem scary to play this because queen h4, but with the pawn on e7, like literally, black hasn't moved anything. So move f3, and you'll notice that all the options are completely covered here, and then the last one by the bishop. So, I mean, we're only on move 5 here, but we're already completely winning. So I'm just going to go ahead and say that this is going to retire the Alochen opening. I definitely do not recommend any single opening for anyone under 1,000 that does not take the center on move 1. You need to take the center. I do not trust the 700 to be able to allow the center pawns to just storm in there and somehow be able to counterattack properly. Like that's not something I'm about to believe. d5, all right. Well, the knight's defended. I don't think I want to go on a crusade where I like play bishop d3 and try to win. No, I don't think so. I think we want to start by just taking this. Establish ourselves as up a piece. So we're up a full piece here. My opponent's got a pawn, but that is truly it. Knight c3 looks like a great place to start. Hitting the pawn, why not? Hard to choose a different move than that. I mean, knight d2, just no sense in giving that pawn up. Maybe this one falls as well. And I could start with the bishop, but why not make a threat? Threats are nice. So we'll attack this pawn. I'm assuming that it'll get defended with this move. If f5, just don't forget that you can take en passant. That's important. Bishop f5, as we predicted. A good move. Now here, knight to e2 and knight to g3 looks A+, right? That hits the bishop and the pawn. And if black plays knight c6, I think we just go bishop e3 to protect. And honestly, I don't really know how the move knight g3 gets prevented next turn. So I'm going to go like this. My next move is that. Again, I think I'm picking up this this pawn on e4. So pretty good reply from my opponent, honestly. If I play d5, then I lose this pawn. If I go knight g3 and black plays knight takes d4, it might be possible for me there to go bishop e3. That's what I'm thinking, at least. Bishop e3, it hits the knight. Of course, if the knight moves anywhere, then I win a free bishop. So it only works because the knight's defending the bishop. But after bishop e3 to hit the knight, as I said, if the knight moves anywhere, you lose the bishop. If the bishop moves anywhere, you lose the knight. So the only move there would be c5 to protect the knight. And after the knight's protected, I don't think it matters. I think we take on d4. If black takes with the queen, we have a free piece waiting. If they take with the pawn, we still take the free piece. And the icing on top is that after our knight gets taken, bishop b5 will be checkmate in 2 moves. So even if he ends up moving the bishop or playing e6, I think knight g3 is like a good move to start with. And yeah, if he makes this move or this move, I might not take this pawn, because instead I could just play bishop e3. And then this guards my pawn, and maybe I'm trying to take this pawn next. So I think here I could play bishop e3 or bishop b5. He ends up making what I would say is a good move here. E6 opens up the queen, kind of stops d5 a little bit. And again, if I go take here, I lose my d pawn, which I'm not thrilled about. So I think this move and this move are the only two I'm considering here. I should say knight takes f5 I'm also considering, but I like the other ones better. And the reason I kind of like this one, hey, Paul JB, getting a diamond membership there. Awesome, man. Thanks so much for using our affiliate link. Appreciate that. I like this one because it allows me to castle in one turn, and I also think that this comes with a little bit of some poison. I can play d5, and it can't really be taken because of the bishop, and it also makes a very serious threat. So I like bishop b5 for many reasons here. I like it more than bishop e3. Okay, bishop b4. Actually, good moves from my opponent. Just an awful, awful opening, but every move since has probably been as good as it could possibly be. So bishop b4 pins the knight, right? And obviously now I can't take on e4. At least not as easily. So I was thinking that we could play d5 here. So what do we think of d5? If the pawn takes, then I think knight captures f5, just wins the game, wins another piece. This also threatens to win immediately. So the only move that I can see after d5 is a6. That seems like the only idea. Right? And then when this bishop moves, like bishop a4, then b5. And if I go d5, a6, pawn takes knight, pawn takes bishop. It's kind of nice for me there, I'm not gonna lie. We get to take this b7 pawn as well. And what's the other option here? The other option, honestly, is to castle, which looks really good. Like d5 looks tempting because it simplifies a lot of pieces, but castling looks so strong. It gets out of the pin, so it threatens knight takes e4, and it also threatens the bishop on f5. So castling is just so good here that it's really hard to say no to that. But I will say, like, d5 is on my mind because it can't be taken no matter what. You'll lose a piece. But I do think castling is the play. Queen takes d4 is no good because you can't take on d4 with the knight. So we castle, and for example, if black castles in order to get out of the pin, then we'll take the knight, get rid of it, and then we'll either take on f5 or take on e4. Both look extremely good, extremely strong. We're up a full piece here, so we're very keen to make these sorts of moves. Like, trading would be good. So yeah, castling looks quite good, and a6, reasonable move, but I'm not going to waste any time. I'm going to take this knight. Now there's no threat to my d pawn, and I have just I'm spoiled for choice basically because e4 is hanging and f5 is hanging. To me, it makes way more sense to take on f5 because not only do I win a pawn there, I also trade pieces, and this pawn is still going to be lost on the next turn. So I think we take, and after rook takes, we'll be threatening knight takes pawn. And this should be an overwhelming advantage at this point. Bishop takes, we're happy to take back. We have an extra piece, so it's the last one left on the board. E4 can't really be protected, so that's just a nice feeling. Yeah, I think we just go ahead and take on E4 here. Keep it nice and simple. C3 is the feel-good move of the year, right? Connecting everything, repelling the bishop. I just want to finish development here. So queen d3, queen f3, bishop to g5 with some tempo, double the rooks. That's the dream. But there might be very direct, like, checkmate ideas soon with sacrifices like that. That would not surprise me. So here, obviously, knight f6 wins the game if the pawn isn't there. So a move like queen g4 would threaten that, but I don't like giving this pawn up with check. So rook g5 comes to mind, of course, threatening knight f6. Definitely. Queen d3 comes to mind. So if takes knight f6 once again will win material. For some reason, I really like queen d3. Like, I'm a big fan. Queen d3 keeps watch of my pawn here, and I also like that it spies this pawn, so down the line there might be stuff like this. So I am a big queen d3 guy here, although there would be nothing at all wrong with rook g5, rook h5, like even rook f1, literally. So I think queen d3 is good, and after queen f5 we have knight f6. So I'm gonna go here. I'm ready for this. He wasn't, that's for sure. It's a tricky tactic. Not sure if it's, you know, the best move, queen d3, but I was a big fan of it. So pawn takes, queen takes queen. Queen takes, pawn takes queen. And no matter what, it does feel like this pawn is going to end up here one way or another. So our next idea will be bishop h6, and the queen just needs to go to the g file anywhere, and it will be mate. So AAAU. The reason after queen g4 in the previous position I didn't like queen d4 is not because I lost the pawn, it's because it was a check. That's why I didn't like it. And it looked like I would not only lose this pawn, but still have stuff to deal with. So it just seemed unnecessary. Why give my opponent a free pawn with a check? Yeah, my opponent disconnected here. I think we might have the old DC. Yeah, you gotta wait a full minute for these disconnects. Let's get the early KO in. We gotta, you know, get the energy up for ourselves. You gotta think of ourselves first. That's what I'm talking about. Now, I did not do that much this game, right? I didn't. Do you guys remember the opening? This was all him. We'll check it in a sec, but remember, This was my opponent's doing, not mine. So, we did face the Aljochen, and it's a good opening, as in it's playable. And when I say that it's playable, I mean it's playable by someone that can play it, not by 700s, not by 1000s, probably not even by 1500s. Maybe if you're 1800 plus, you could think about it, but I truly wouldn't recommend an opening like this until you're over 2000. Just, when you're starting out, play a move that takes the center in some way. Even c5 takes the center. Like, you just don't want to start out your chess career playing knight f6. It's just trash. Especially when you don't even play the best move. Like, if you don't even know the second move of an opening, like, you shouldn't be playing it. So, hopefully this will be a lesson for black. But in this position, you're already so much worse. Like, if the knight goes to e6, there's already d5 to worry about. Like, white's position is just so good. So the knight goes here, and now it's over, honestly. There's nothing to really say. The position is completely over. Yeah. And we castle. The eval is going to be off the charts here, though. I mean, white's up a piece, about to win another pawn. It's over. Yeah, some more stuff falling. And queen d7. And like I said, there's so many rook moves here that are going to be good. But I thought queen d3 was, maybe not the best move, but definitely seemed clever. If you can't take f5, then you probably have to do something you're not that happy about here. My next idea is c3. And queen takes, allowing for knight f6. Check. Of course, I'll claim my brilliancy there. Go knight f6. I think queen d3 worked out really well. But there's a reason that we don't play or recommend these moves to people starting out. It just doesn't make sense to play a position where your opponent has more space because their pieces are going to have more squares to go. You have a lot of trouble developing here as black, and it takes a strong player to understand how to get away with this, or how to play a closed position, how to play a position with little space, how to maneuver. For the most part, when you're starting out, like, you want to take as much space as possible so your pieces have room to maneuver. And at least you can make some errors as to where you put your pieces and still be okay. Put your piece on the wrong square in this opening, as my opponent did literally on move 2, and the game might just be over right out of the gate. So, not very rewarding to play that way. GG. Sahith went -4 today. That's good, Eric, because I was checking in early on how he was doing, and he was on like plus, I think it was like +2 maybe. So it looked like he was starting out the day, like he was +2 on the day is what I meant, I think. So he definitely even started out today, maybe not so well. So he must have finished super strong. That's fantastic. Hello to Neil. Hello, McNaster. Hello to all the SlowBrahs. Darkbone, thanks for the gifted sub to, of course, Resident Hikaru Updater. Do we have any updates? Molmshog, 42 months. Windar, 2001, 15 months with Prime. Skinner, welcome back for 17 months. Thanks there, Skinner. Mac of 1, thanks for the 15 months. And T-Streets for 8 months. Any recommendations for getting your wife to like you? Perhaps you should visit our Discord. We have a channel that might be of some assistance to you. It's a sub-only channel, so you will have to connect your account there, but I think it's worth it. It's called Moj's Fitness Corner. And I think with the correct deadlift form, your wife will surely change her opinion about you. There ain't no wife that doesn't like a man that knows how to deadlift. That's right. That's right, T-Streets. If you show good deadlifting form, that speaks to your character as a man. I've been removed, Beacon. Damn. You go inactive for a day or two and, you know, the soy bras are already after you, eh? Thanks, Woochie Main. Tommy says, I remember my first deadlift. Grandma's funeral. 160 personal record, but I had 5 spotters. That's right, Ralph. Coffin, please. For footage of Tommy hitting a new PR. Hello, Venus. Hello, Bagels for Brecky. What's up, Tiger? Beacon. The soy updates. Thank you. We'll have to join another alliance and rain hell on the soy bras. All right. Let's continue. Actually, you guys didn't even get a say in that opening. You see how that worked? Opponent played knight f6 on move 1, and there's not much you can do against knight e4, knight f6. I mean, you just play e5, right? That's just the way to play. So, we'll have to see if the next game you guys actually get a say in what we're going to play. So let's jump in for another. All right. We got the white pieces again. I'm going to hit another e4 game, but let me know what we should play. What are you guys feeling? e4, e5. King's Gambit. All right. It's a, you know, obscure enough opening. You don't see the King's Gambit too often. It's definitely an opening that has a reputation for not being great. Right? That's kind of the thing. But that reputation, just so you know, is at the like very high levels. At 800, the King's Gambit is amazing. Like, you can't confuse the reputations that openings get at higher levels for their playability overall. There are a lot of things, like the French has a really bad reputation. Oh, bad opening, you know? But the French is great up to a certain level, and that level is very high. The ceiling is very high, I think. So, we're playing the King's Gambit here. Not accepted, no d6, but knight c6. So first of all, if we take and the knight takes back, we might be okay there. But if we take, there's going to exist the move queen h4 check. And if we play g3 or if you play king e2, the move will be queen e4. So after this move, you will actually lose on the spot. Like the game will be over. You can just resign. You're going to lose at minimum a rook. Could be worse as well. So we're certainly not going to take. After you play this, the normal next step is kind of to play knight f3. And the reason being that you want to control the h4 square. So knight c6, I'm probably going to be playing knight f3. The only other move I would think of is maybe knight c3, but knight f3 is way too normal. This is the move you'll almost always want to play as your next move in the King's Gambit. So we played knight f3. Now we see capture. So this is essentially transposing to e4, e5, f4 takes, knight f3, knight c6, right? Transposing. As soon as this happens, you want to play d4. The only reason you don't play d4 is because queen h4 is such a killer check. So knight f3 is mandatory in this opening to stop queen there, but then you want to play this because your follow-up is like, oh, then the pawn can be captured, right? Bishop takes on f4. Right, then the pawn can move forward, challenge the pieces in black's position. So I like d4 here. I'm thinking about other possible moves, and the only other one that really catches my eye is the move bishop c4. And the reason that I suggest or mention bishop c4 is actually because of the move d5. Sometimes d5 can be a little bit annoying. So bishop c4 is like stops d5. That's kind of nice. So bishop c4, let's say knight f6. Knight f6. If knight c3, knight takes e4, I think we win with... I guess I don't know if that's winning. Looks okay. Queen e2. Huh. Yeah, bishop c4 kind of feels funky here. I mean, d4 looks nice and normal. But I tell you, if I could play this and get castled, I think I would be fairly happy. What I would love to do in a perfect world is play this, d3, castle, take there, and we just have an amazing position. But I'm gonna have a think here. I think I'm gonna play d4. d5, I think I will take. So, taking a while to decide how we're gonna play the opening here. I was between bishop c4 and d4. Ultimately, I'll choose what I think is the more logical move, makes a basic threat, and takes the center. Why not? All right, so this is the move that I was talking about. I think we just go ahead and take it and try to draw the queen out. This is the thing that makes the most sense to me. Like, e5 is playable, but there's all sorts of moves like g5, so we're definitely going to take this. e5, I think, is a little bit too slow. And even after I play e5 and I win this pawn, I'm still not sure I like my position. So here, I suppose knight c3 looks normal. And let's play knight c3. queen e6 is really speculative, I would say. Yeah, so this should be the move pretty much every time. Yeah, c4 is possible in that position, but I'm going off the instincts that I have from, what's that opening? It's like from the c3 Sicilian. It's like these Alpin positions where black plays d5, queen takes d5. And normally playing c4 when black can give a check is like not supposed to be good, just as a rule. So I'm just kind of following the same principle there. Not sure if that makes sense or not. Bishop b4, pinning, so obviously we don't have this threat anymore. Bishop takes f4, I would guess is a decent move. Queen e4 can be met by queen e2. Position seems okay. Bishop f4. Let's say knight f6. Normal move. Bishop d3. Castle. Castle. That looks fine. I think I'll probably just play this. This doesn't look like the end of the world because there'll be a queen trade forced here. Basically, I didn't want black to have a moment to play maybe pawn to g5 and consider holding on to that pawn. At some point, gotta take the material back. It's actually really annoying if black plays this successfully because then your bishop from here, it can't even develop. Like, e3 is covered, the f4 pawn is protected. c7 is being hit. I would call that like a baby threat. Not really a threat. Bishop takes pawn on c7 it's the kind of threat where you want your opponent to go like that to defend it. Because honestly, I'm not sure that I would take it. But if he thinks I would, that's great. That's great. Bishop g4 kind of looks like a good move because, you know, maybe there's an idea to win the d4 pawn here. So I'm definitely thinking bishop g4 is very logical here. So if bishop e2, taking is definitely nothing because that might even lose a queen. But if then like knight e7 or something, or knight f6, and we castle, bishop takes, queen takes d4, bishop b7, like I'm kind of wondering what's actually happening there. Seems like it could be okay. I feel like bishop e2 is just like a calm move. Bishop e2, he might long castle. And then if bishop takes, we just take the queen. So I think by castling, this threat is enough to maybe force bishop takes, which is nice. So I want to get castled as soon as possible. So I think this is a nice, easy move to make. So no matter really what he does, the fact of the matter is I can castle. And if the bishop takes here, I can actually just take the queen because I'm not pinned anymore. So simply by castling, I almost forced this move to happen, I think. Because this threat becomes immediate. So it's not completely by force, but it definitely looks plausible. It looks equalish. You're not sure who's better here. Well, I think that is much in part due to my opponent playing a really good game. But the other part is the fact that the King's Gambit sucks. You know? Like, if someone knows what they're doing against the King's Gambit, I don't think it's a very rewarding opening to play. And I think my opponent has played really well so far. At least up till this point. So the next couple moves are probably important, but everything that Black's done so far has made a lot of sense, right? I was talking about after d4 that I suspected d5 was good, and it was played. I suspect bishop b4 was the best move, and it was played. Here, I also suspect that move is the best move, and it was played. So this looks like a fairly successful opening so far for my opponent, I would say. What was I going to do here? I was going to castle, right? Because then I feel like this threat is it's serious. It starts to exist. Let's just do it. Yeah, takes, but somehow I feel that's not going to happen. We'll wait and see where he decides to put the pieces here. But castling is, to me, the only move that makes sense. Get out of the pin, right? Threaten the queen, and if the bishop takes, then our pawn then supports the center, so it's kind of a nice transaction. And we have some follow-up moves here, like, yeah, I mean, it's really unfortunate. This move, I'll be honest, for a second, I also overlooked that his queen was hanging, because I was calculating a line where bishop takes f3 was played, and I said my initial calculation was bishop f3, bishop takes, I was calculating all this. So even I forgot for a sec that by castling that the queen was hanging. So I feel bad. I think he played a good opening, as I was just saying. Like, all his moves seem to make sense, and his next move is rook to e8. But he's just committed the ultimate blunder, which is losing the entire queen. And now it's actually relatively easy. So let's play this so that we don't lose sight of that square. Yeah, that's right. He's immediately captured back. He knows what he's doing. My opponent was right, though. At the beginning of the game, he wrote this. I think he knew. A Pepe avatar. I'm about to get destroyed. I mean, you're not wrong. Rook e8. Feels bad because I think this guy's moves are really quite decent. I think I'm gonna go for this. This looks like a really solid move. I'm not interested in trading and having the knight show up. So if he took, I'd be happy to take with the queen and get out of knight e3. But now my bishop is safe. It's covering that square. Let's connect these. Okay, this bishop should probably move here. Knight e5 is no good. Yeah. So bishop needs to move. Bishop c4, definitely tempting. Either bishop c4 or bishop d3. This is protected. Bishop c4 does look kind of nice. I might do this first. Knight e3 I'm very happy about because we trade. That's always a good thing. And if knight b6, although it looks like I'm the one gaining or losing time, first of all, I could take on f7 perhaps, but also I'd be more than happy to just drop my bishop back to d3. And do I think his knight is better on this square or that square? I think it's better on that square. So for me to see it go there would be nice. No bishop b5. Well, in my opinion, bishop c4 is the move that gains the most time because it literally attacks a piece. And any kind of trades I'd be happy to see. Whereas bishop b5 doesn't actually come with a threat. And it's not clear to me that I'm interested in giving up my bishop for knight. It just kind of gives my opponent control of the light squares unnecessarily. Now, as for this move, I suspect bishop takes f7 is actually the correct move here. I'm not really sure if I'm going to play it. I think I'm going to keep it much more simple than that. I'm going to play bishop g5 and just take. I like this a lot more than being ultra greedy with bishop f7. So that's what I'm finna do. Yeah, I am pinned here. It sucks. But I also know that it's defended twice and it cannot be attacked more. Like, knight e5 is playable, but a little much. A little much. I'm up so much material here as well that I can kind of do whatever I want. So bishop g5 pins the knight, but also I wouldn't mind necessarily giving up this bishop for the knight. I've got dark square pawns, so I really want to hang on to my light squared bishop or trade it for that guy. I wouldn't really like to do that trade, but this trade, I'm okay with that. Yeah, I think because I don't need to take this right away, I think I might hang on for a sec. Just thinking about him using the G file, but maybe it's nothing. We want to trade pieces here. That's what we want to do. So how can we trade pieces? That's what I want to know. How can we trade pieces? I think what I'm going to do as my plan is I'm going to take... I'm going to go queen here. And yeah, this is hanging, but the reason I don't really care for this is the rook moves, and what do? Just go back? I'm not blown away by that. What I want to do is I want to play bishop here and trade that. If I can trade that bishop, I think the rest of his game just doesn't exist. So yeah, again, bishop f7, I'm actually going to not take and go here. Even though I'm sure this is the best move. I like my little plan here. Also because rook e1 is coming. Which will be a basic exchange of rooks down the e file. I'm also looking at that move. That doesn't look too good. By returning here, I also intend a4 on the next turn, which looks very, very nasty to deal with. I mean, yeah, it's just a blunder. It's just a big blunder. But honestly, instead of taking it, I think this move is actually better. This was my intention on the previous turn. So of course we could take it, but I'm going to start by doing this because it trades the pieces. And then I can take that. Interesting decision. I can take whichever piece I want. Technically, this one is better to take. So I think we'll make that choice, but you're not making a mistake taking on c5. Not at all. A move that looks particularly nasty to deal with for him on the next turn is b4 if he played bishop b6, but he doesn't. He goes bishop takes. I'm going to take with the knight just because I want to provoke more trades. If you take with a pawn, that knight doesn't have to capture. And yeah, the material here, as you can see, is just an extra queen and bishop. So that type of advantage should be overwhelming. Check looks really good. Rook takes f6 and rook c1 all look good, but very hard to say no to this this check. Queen c6 next. Oh, well, that's very friendly because now we just take it, and queen b7 is not stoppable. I'll tell him GG. Because I thought it was. I thought it was well played. So, yeah, the whole point of the King's Gambit is like, I mean, if you look at it with an engine, it's not very satisfying because you just start with a not amazing evaluation. So knight c6, knight f3 takes on f4, and the reason that I ended up not deciding on bishop c4 was, number one, I thought maybe knight f6 and d5 anyway. But number two, my opponent can also just defend f4 with g5. And it can sometimes be a hard fight, a long struggle to get your pawn back if you're going to get it back. So I think d4 was the correct decision. Obviously, g5 can still happen. But as I pointed out during the game, I thought that d5 was at least annoying here because it means that the knight can't really use that square. And if you play your knight back to b8, queen d5 hits the rook, and there's actually no way to save your pawn, which looks weird or sounds weird to say. But no matter what you put on f6, you'll lose that pawn. Or you'll lose the rook. So d5 we take, the queen takes back, and now, I have to be honest, and I was pretty honest when I was playing the game. I don't know if c4 or knight c3 is the move here, but I was using just a theme that I'm familiar with for when to play c4, and I used it to judge this position. So what I'm talking about is in the c3 Sicilian, you know, people play this d5 line, and you go like whatever it is, knight f3, like d4, I don't know, knight c6. And the only thing I know about this is that white needs to play bishop e2 so that there's no check. And then like c4 now is a threat, because then the queen doesn't have a check to give us, and we'll play like c4, d5. So I don't know if that's enough judgment to go off of for our game, but I was using the same principle to decide, like, I mean, basically, am I going to play the move bishop e2? I didn't think bishop e2 was enough here because I was concerned about g5. So to me, I have a couple options. I can either take this pawn right away, and then I don't have to worry about g5. Or I can make a move that attacks the queen, and that's either knight c3 or c4. And if I don't take the pawn right away and I attack the queen with c4, I want to be able to take the pawn next. If I play c4, what I didn't like was like, oh, maybe I can get checked here in a number of different places, and then black can hang on to this pawn. And I didn't want to allow that. So I thought, okay, we'll attack the queen. Where can the queen go that's actually a check? Well, it's here. But after bishop e2, I'm hitting the pawn, I'm threatening d5. So I know that the only way for black to get out of this is maybe to play like queen here to guard the pawn again. But I'm not concerned about a position where I'm getting like a bunch of free tempi and the queen's moving over and over. So that didn't seem like a problem. Bishop b4, and I decided to just take this pawn just to even up the material. This is mainly because I didn't really know what was going on after g5. So I think the computer kind of likes bishop d3, but I wasn't really sure what was happening here. I guess it involves queen e2 or just castling and saying, okay, like, this is too crazy. You can't play like this. White has just too many pieces ready to attack. Yeah, I guess this is just too much. But I was kind of like, let's even things up. Like, I don't want to be just down material. And I knew queen e4, I had queen e2, which looked like a good endgame for me. So I thought this was okay. Bishop g4, and as I said, you know, what's the best move here? Bishop g4. This is why I was saying I think my opponent is playing well. Like, I really do. So he castles, and I thought castling was a great move. As it turns out, maybe more precision was needed, but I really thought this was okay. But obviously, he has to take here. And if he had played knight f6 now, I like my position. I think I'm better, but I'm not sure that I'm, you know, not crushing. It's not game over, not even close. So I thought there would be a whole game to still play, and I was looking forward to it because I thought, as I said, that my opponent was playing quite well. But what I will say about the opening in general is I don't think the King's Gambit is like for example, openings that have like meh reputations. I hope you guys have been paying attention. If you guys have watched a lot of the SlowBrah series so far, do you remember what like some of the openings were where I got the least advantage, or I thought my opponents played the best, or I was like the most impressed? If you think back to what openings they were, the games that stand out to me are this one, so King's Gambit. The other one that stands out was the Benoni. There was like a 700 rocking some insane Benoni prep against me. And it's like any opening where a 700 can get like a fine or playable position is I think it's no surprise that it's against the suspect openings that that's occurring. I'll put it that way. I think that's the best way to say it. Just played the Evans every game. Our Evans Gambit games went well, but I think the Evans is fine. I think it's a good Gambit. Low Tapir Knight. What do you mean move into Twitch? Yeah, they should be in the bag that's under the like where the shoes are at the back door. Yeah, black bag. Yeah. Well, Tapir, didn't you say it backwards? Or what? You told me XQC is moving to Twitch. So I'm like, what kind of update is this? XQC is going to kick. Ah, there's a real update. There's a real update. He signed a $100 million deal. Is that right, Beacon? 100 mil? Kick gaining more momentum. Does not surprise me. Does not surprise me at all. By the way, did you see that Partner Plus program? Did you guys see this this update? Hilarious. Yeah, this one. Did you guys read this? Or did you guys ever see this? Because maybe most people know that Twitch did something where they take 50-50 revenue split, right? You guys probably heard about that, which among many things was obviously a small trigger to our decision as well. But basically Twitch is like famous for making an announcement or rolling something out and then seeing the backlash, and then they'll like roll something else out or roll something back, and it's like you actually lose your mind trying to keep track of what the actual fuck these guys are doing or saying. So right after they announced the 50-50 split and saw the backlash, now they announced this, like just yesterday. The Partner Plus program. So new partner program will offer 70% share on net revenue to streamers who meet the qualification criteria. That sounds good, right? It sounds like a great first line. Then you read it. They will receive a 70-30 revenue share on net subs revenue from recurring monthly subs and gifted subs for 12 months up to 100K. Up to 100K. So basically everyone who's a big streamer on their platform is still going to get 50-50 taxed after 100K in revenue. And all the big streamers are the ones that the original change affected anyway. So it's tough, right? But then you might say like, oh, but this is still really nice for small streamers and small creators. But wait, to qualify, partners must maintain a sub count of at least 350 recurring paid subs for 3 consecutive months. And I can tell you that in the 350 recurring paid subs, because it says recurring paid subs, it does not count gifted subs. So it's crazy. They're gonna give you 70-30 and they're gonna count gifted subs on the 70-30, but they're not gonna count gifted subs to get to the 350 threshold. So what it means is you need 350 individual paid subs, and Twitch Prime doesn't count either. So imagine, that's no joke. That's tough to do, to build a community out where you have 350 people paying $5 a month, not Prime and not gifted subs. Not Prime, not gifted. We might not even have 350 in total. I might not even qualify for the program. What are we talking about here? But you know what I mean, right? 350 for 3 consecutive months is tough. It's like, that's no joke. So it's like tougher for small creators to get in the Partner Plus program, and the big creators are far exceeding this 100K annually. So Twitch is still reaching in your pockets after 100K. So it's really like a super tricky way of basically saying absolutely nothing. So anyway, this was what they just said yesterday. Yeah, so this is like just a whole bunch of nothing. It's a nothing burger. It's a nothing burger. Is SlowBrah moving to kick? Sniper chess! Exclamation mark kick. We already have. We already have. We're still streaming on Twitch, but we've signed a deal with Kick, and we already have made a swap. Yes, Chief Monetization Officer. Yes. So anyway, it's tough keeping up with all the Twitch changes, but XQC to Kick is a big one. They got Hickey, XQC, big names, right? W Kick. Yeah, Mike Minton. He's the guy. Sicko Sid, thanks for 6 months with Prime, by the way. I don't think so, Sid. We were thinking about it, but ultimately I don't think so. They got SlowBrah? Yes. Small streamer SlowBrah. Yeah, pretty much Tepier. Similar vibes. Thunderhorse 350, thanks for 30 months. And Dusty 29 months. Quickie Silver 69. Thank you for the 21 months. Welcome, guys. Did you miss the Hickey report? That wasn't really a Hickey update, but I think our resident updater was in here earlier, so you might have missed that, yes. You might have missed that. That's okay, Tepier. That's interesting stuff. I thought you were trolling at first when you said you moved to Twitch. But that is very, very big news. As a Kick streamer, you know, I need these kind of updates. And we were done our game anyway, so it was good timing. All right. Who's ready for another one? Hey, good old Tesh. What's up, Etienne? Oh, is this the Hickey update? Hikaru spent his last dollar on Genshin Impact Funko Pops. Confident in his investment, a looming Valentinian leapt from the shadows to tell Big Hickey his purchases were counterfeit. Dude, Kaya's eyes should be like 5 millimeters apart, but these are clearly 7 millimeters, Val stated between pulls of Grey Goose. Hickey went back to the Bulgarian market he got them from and was able to get 30% back. Despite avoiding Val's repeated requests to shotgun and be high energy, it was still a bad deal for Hickey. Yeah, it was one of Resident Hikaru updaters better past this. It really was. Because we've seen some very low tier Hickey updater past this, but you know, you gotta shout out the quality when it's there. So, W pasta. And now Matt Amoroso is up to date as well. Thank God. Thank God for that. That's right, Jingo. Salty's out. I mean, it's just a big day for everyone. It's a big Friday, no? XQC to Kick. Hickey updates in the chat. Salty unbanned. SlowBrah currently in progress. I mean, it doesn't get better. It doesn't get better. Dopey Mutts, thanks for the 15 months with Prime. Okay, let's start another one here. Let's start another one. Again, let me know what openings you'd like to see. There were a lot of requests for King's Gambit, so I'm curious what you guys who requested it thought of the game. Obviously, it ended with a blunder, but, you know, curious what you thought of the position. All right, let's do another. Now we got the black pieces. Ooh, e3. Well, there's not much to do against this. I mean, e3 is not really an opening on its own, so I'm just gonna play e5 and is this like a hippo? I actually, like, you guys might think this is a waste of a game, but I actually hope that my opponent plays a hippo because guess what? You guys who are like, it's just a hippo. None of you actually know how to beat that opening. And I guarantee if it was played against you by like a strong player, you would look like a clown. So I would actually secretly like to see white play the hippo properly here. Unfortunately, this move is trash and we're not really playing the hippo anymore. So bishop e2 is not a good sign. It could still somehow work as long as he put that bishop there, maybe. Oh, I'm gonna need to see that one go there like next. That's what I'm thinking. Okay, so bishop e2, like, I guess knight f3 next. Anyway, let's just, you know, develop normally and wait and see what he's intending. Okay. So, knight here, I'm going to choose bishop d6. I like bishop d6 for a few reasons. The first one is if I play e4, takes, I don't want the queens to trade, so that's already nice. I also want it to be aimed here in case d4 happens. I play e4. And I don't necessarily want to play knight c6 because maybe I want to play pawn c6. White still has an option to like attack the center like this, so I might want to support it. So I'm definitely going to go bishop d6. So I feel like this position right here is a very good example of a position that I would call an attacking position, but you still need to do things properly. It's not the easiest thing to attack properly without, you know, going crazy and playing something like that. So first of all, if I play e4, takes, whatever, and the knight moves somewhere, the result of that position is that if my pawn were on h5, then bishop h2 would work. Now, I know my pawn is not there, but still, it's just helpful to know these patterns. Like, if my pawn was on h5 here, then e4 would basically win the game. Because I would take on h2, I would give this knight check. If captured, my h-pawn would recapture and open the h-file. And my queen is going to join on h4 and deliver mate on h2, basically. So the game will end. So that's just good to know. And that's always like a forced mate, if the pawn was there. It does not mean that you should play h5 here, because if you play h5 and they play knight d2, great, you're a genius, right? You mate them, woo, congrats, go you. But if your opponent plays h3, for example, or like just doesn't allow what we just looked at, then h5 is not a great move in your position. So I'm not thrilled by the move h5. Here I'm actually going to start a little bit differently. I'm going to play the move queen e7. Not only do I still keep these ideas alive in the future, but another way to attack is to play this and play e4 and then queen e5. So I'm like clearing the e5 square for my queen. e4 and queen e5. And the only way to cover the h2 square after queen e5 is not h3, it's actually g3. And once I get my opponent to commit to the move g3, then all my attacking moves just flow. Suddenly I have bishop h3 with tempo. suddenly I have h5 that actually makes sense because h4 has a real intention. h5 by itself doesn't do much. So queen e7 kind of intends e4. Now in this position, after knight c3, a great move, definitely a great move, is c6. Stops the knight from going to b5, guards this pawn. But what's going to happen if I play c6, if my opponent's up to task, is they are going to play e4. The knight supports it now. d4 closes everything. You see how my pieces are just blocked by this e-pawn? So I actually can't let e4 happen. So I kind of need to play this move. I must do it. If I don't play this now, all of those attacking whatevers I just talked about, just they don't exist. So e4 is kind of mandatory. Even though c6 is a fantastic looking move, maybe I would play e4 later in that line, whatever. It's not forced, and my opponent could play e4 themselves. So we'll take. We want to evict the knight here. And after the queen gets to e5, white could also play pawn to f4, but for the most part, you always like to see that because you take en passant, and the result is that this pawn is just a weak, isolated pawn. So you're happy to see that too. But let's see, the knight has options. Knight g5 is particularly bad because, okay, h6, and where are you going? h3 is not a good square. Knight e1, also a particularly bad square. Now, the reason that knight e1 is so special here is because knight e1 is such a bad square that I don't even want to play. Now I'm rethinking. I don't even want to play queen e5 because you know what? After f4, well, I kind of have to take it, and then the knight takes back. So at this point, if white wants to play f4, I don't want my queen to be here and face like I'm just getting tempi thrown in my face. I think the knight is actually trapped now. So he might have to play f4 or like g3 to get the knight out, period. So I no longer want to play a move like this, which will just encourage one of those moves. Does that make sense? If the knight had gone to a good square, then I might be interested in it. But when the knight goes to such a trash square like this, the moves that I previously wanted to see, I now actually am not, like, if they happen, that's good for me still, but I don't want to encourage them. It only helps his knight out. So I'm going to leave that knight there, and I'm going to proceed with a different move. H5 looks like a decent move. I wouldn't say it looks like a great move, mainly because of f4. So we go h5, they go f4. It's like, yes, our position's good, but I'm not sure that it's great. Because if I take and the knight takes, I don't know. This h5 move doesn't help me a ton. But obviously h5 is tempting because takes and knight g4 is about to work. It's a winning idea. So that much is tempting, I'm not going to lie. Here, I think I want to castle ASAP. So I'm really drawn to just knight c6. Just like a simple, totally simple move. Looking at I don't want to castle this way. One thing I'll say for sure is that's the wrong move. I do want to leave this open for stuff like that, but I'd love to get a rook on the same line as the queen there. So I think this is a great move. I also think this is a great move. I'm going to go with knight c6. Because I think if I just make one more move, like bishop f5, my position will be overwhelming. Then we're castling. The rook ends up here. Then h5, then knight there. And you see what I mean? There's that move, f3. So clearly, if I played queen e5, there would be f4. And there's no need for me to deal with that move. But I definitely think h5 there was a high percentage move. After h5, the chances that bishop takes h2 and knight g4 work are very, very high. For example, if our opponent had played this, I believe that would have worked. We just would have played bishop h2 and the game would be over. But objectively, I still feel like somehow the move f4 was good, annoying enough that I didn't want to do it. But h4, h5 there would be fine because our plan is to castle this way. So f3. I think we need to take. That's probably simplest. Let's grab it. It's usually what you're gonna do. Yeah, so the knight returns, and this is exactly why I didn't want to waste time with my queen, because the same thing would have happened. But now I want to place my king on that side of the board. So we need to put this bishop somewhere. Where are we gonna put it? Well, I don't like f5. It looks loose. G4 looks okay. I don't mind G4. E6 feels annoying because it blocks the E file, and D7 feels annoying because it blocks the G file. So it's like, everything feels wrong here. Everything feels like it's in the way. So I'm going to put it all the way out. And my next move is castling. And maybe I'll throw in H5. Pro tip, after you castle, play King D8. If you have a moment, that'll always feel good. Yeah, this is pretty much the next move. At some point, I have been expecting maybe knight b5 to show up, and I would have a choice, like, do I castle and just take it back with the rook, gain more time, or do I hang on to the bishop and play bishop c5? And I think you can probably guess the answer would be to hang on to the bishop. And again, after knight here, I have a choice, but I'm actually a little bit drawn to bishop back. Now, the reason is, okay, I can take here, queen takes back, but there's something a bit frustrating in that position, which is that I don't want to take, but I don't want them to take me, and knight f5 is looming in the position. So this is where I think we take this and we go strangely all the way back to d7. Basically, if I had played knight or bishop d7 initially, then okay, it would be a fine move, but I'm gonna play it now. If knight f5 I want to take, sure. Most important pieces in my position seem to be these ones. And that's the strongest piece for white, so yeah, I'm definitely gonna take. And if the knight takes here, I take back with the bishop. Knight on b5, don't get me wrong, is very frustrating to deal with, and it's even more frustrating here than in the previous position because I can't play this move because the c7 pawn is hit, but I will put the bishop on e5, let's say here or here, either way, and I'm playing a castle like next turn. But I definitely don't want to exchange because this square is weaker, this square is weaker, so I want to actually cover both of them. Important to point out that, like, you know, if I had played bishop d7, I did not like knight b5, because then what do I do with this bishop? If I play bishop there, I lose the pawn. It's not defended. If I play bishop there, well, the knight just takes it. So I kind of did this so that now if knight b5, I have a square for my bishop. It's kind of hard to explain, but now, for example, I can play this. And this bishop covers. And if he wants to go here, he will definitely win my bishop, but then he will have invested possibly the maximum amount of moves to take one bishop. Like, he'll have played knight here, knight here, knight here, knight here. It's like 4 moves to take the bishop, which I think would be worth it. And then we get castled, and immediately we'll have a threat against the queen. How do you decide whether to put the queen on d7 or e7 when developing? Well, I can say for the most part in chess that there are other squares your queen can go to, but if it's only between those two squares, I mean, if your bishop is on c1 or c8, then you would never ever choose d2 or d7 for the most part. So there's one rule right there. Yeah, so he did do what I was talking about. He's going to win my bishop here, but I get to castle and immediately make some noticeable threats. So let's get castle on this side of the board. Wow, thank you for the massive, massive reset. How do I know it's massive? Well, that's boobs and jeans. Has to be big. Thank you for the prime reset. He really wants the bishop, I know. Really wants the bishop, but that's fine. Multiple moves invested. You just started playing chess a week ago and you've been watching the Building Habits video. Well, thank you. Thank you. That's nice to hear. I like how you didn't include whether or not they've been helping, because, you know, we don't need to include that in the testimonial. The point is you've been watching. That's what really matters. Which piece am I going to take back with? And you figured it out? Well, then can I ask you, which piece am I going to take back with? The queen, because the knight defends a7. That is a very, very correct analysis. So if your analysis was so good and so correct, why did I feel like taking this way? Just to stir the pot or what? Knight takes e5, knight takes a7, king b8, knight knight b5, bishop b5. That's right. Knight b5 is not possible. And what was my knight doing on c6? Not too much, right? So I definitely think the e5 square is a big improvement for my piece. Knight a7. Oops. Oh. Gosh darn it. He saw that trickarooski. Dropped a7. Damn. Well, now he's got an important decision. So, queen d4. Interesting move. There are many, many reasons why this is not good for white. Curious what you guys think is the best way that black could play. There are probably a lot of right answers here, by the way. I'm not even... yeah, there's probably so many reasons why this is not good. So, if your answer is not necessarily the one I decide to play, I wouldn't even feel bad. It might be even stronger than what I'm going to play. There's just too many options. So c5 hits the queen and literally wins the knight. That's clear. Because there's no queen a4. This is a direct attack on the queen, and I can directly take that. The other thing I could do is I could play bishop here, which hits this. And to me, this is not as interesting of an option because at least I give my opponent the chance to play knight takes and then knight takes here. And I don't like even a lot. I don't even like offering that. Don't even like offering that. 2 pieces plus a pawn for the queen. It's like, when I could win a whole piece right here, that's not attractive. The other thing, though, that I could do is I could move this bishop to g4. And that would hit the bishop and hit the queen. And if the bishop took back, then I could take the queen and take the bishop. So it would only be a rook for a queen. That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. Don't forget, at the end of a lot of these lines, this knight might get trapped anyway. So I'm between these 2 moves, and bishop here, I don't know, queen a4, like only move to keep this knight defended. Bishop takes on e2, knight b5, maybe. A little bit tricky of a move. You know, I could just play bishop takes. So the real question is, like, do I want to play this, or do I want to simplify a piece off the board? And honestly, it's kind of a tough choice, but I think I'm going to make the call that we want to simplify, and I'm going to go here. c5 to me wins the knight, but I'm not a big fan of the fact that, you know, maybe I might have to face a move like queen c3, king a7, like check, king back, and then some garbage like e4. And the bishop comes to f4, and I've got this wide open diagonal on my king. It's like, obviously black's winning. There's no debating that, but I just don't like how open my king is. So if I can leave my pawns nice and safe, nice and secure, and just win a piece for nothing, then I'll be happy with that. So I'm trying to choose the path forward that keeps my king the safest, basically. But we may even get to analysis and learn that c5 might have even been a better move than bishop g4, or even if it was maybe not as good, you know, it's certainly worthwhile to play. So that's why I said don't worry if like this move wasn't the one you were thinking, because c5 is a tremendously good move. Obviously here he hasn't even taken into account that the queen is hanging, so it certainly worked. We can definitely say that. So I think we have to start by taking this. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to take that, so let's get the easy move out of the way. And what's the material here? So if I take and then just take, I'm up a queen for a rook, I think. Like, I'm gonna lose this knight. If I take and play knight f3 check, it looks really good, but there is some nonsense with king f2 guarding the rook, you know what I mean? It's like, is that actually good? Is that actually good? Maybe we can go for a try-hard move. Queen b4, hitting the rook. and then intending to take. Queen b4, c3, queen b6, pinning the pawn. Obviously, that's way too much. It's far too complicated. I tell you what I am gonna probably play though is knight d3. That move looks very simple. Takes, just take, and let's like nothing can go wrong there. I tell you, the more I look at this, the more I like it. That's not a good sign. All right, for the home team, queen b4. I think it's good. I think this is a genius moment. We're having a genius moment. c3, queen b6, and you can't take my knight, and you know, takes might happen, but then you're dropping this knight, and my point is at the end of that line, I wouldn't just be up a rook, I'd be up a rook, or a rook for queen, and I would have a knight. And of course, knight b5 could be played. And then I was thinking, okay, we take, rook takes, and then I have a move to play. I have a knight move that I can play. Right? Not only is this guy hanging, but my knight can go somewhere. Okay, he plays bishop e3. Notice how, in this position, we can take the bishop if he takes, so that's not really a threat. So I can grab this knight with either one of these. If the bishop takes here, then we take. We actually end up more material than before. So our master plan here has actually worked out. Go me. Worked out nicely. So I think we just take this. Not sure which one to take it with, honestly. Should be the queen. You don't want to put your king there and have to worry about that. So probably the queen. Let's do this. Could have also taken and played knight somewhere, but this makes a point, you know? It's like, oh, that's how bad your last move was. It doesn't even threaten anything. Yeah, I was thinking of king takes, guys, but I didn't like bishop f2. And then I feel like I'm being hit left, right, and center. Wow, I played that move a little quickly. Maybe other knight takes g4 was better. Blunder, bro. Knight takes g4 inaccuracy. The other knight was definitely much better with this knight coming into like d3 or something. So major blunder alert there. Let's attack the bishop. That's friendly. And the remaining pieces are very much in my favor. Queen and knight for a rook. We can offer trades here. We don't want to offer too many trades, because I tell you, if a rook gets down here, that's actually checkmate. And it would be the most embarrassing kind of checkmate to allow. The most embarrassing. Where your queen is like blocking your king. It's nothing worse than that. What do we do here? What to do here? We'll play c5 and try to open up this diagonal. Yeah, the queen is inactive, which is kind of why I played the move I just did. So we can take right away, but I think because the rook is on a square like this, that we should use this moment to actually do something like that. Okay, I'll hit the rook. I suspect rook d1 needs to happen. And then rook d8 should put enough pressure on that knight. Okay, yeah, rook here, but now we'll take. And this queen finally joins the game. Pawn takes, queen takes, and yeah, although rook there is tricky, it's not tricky enough. We have d3 check. And rook e3 to block, but now I think d2 will set up the eventual win of something, because this rook is hit, and this rook now has two jobs. It needs to stop the pawn from queening, but it also needs to defend this rook. So it's overworked, essentially. Well, the thing is, if I take this, actually the rook has to, well, if the rook takes back, we have mate in one with queen f2. If the king takes, then the rook hangs. So this is definitely the way to go, I believe. You take here. If the rook takes, we would play knight d2 mate. If the king takes, I'm hoping for this one, but ultimately it's probably going to be that one, and we'll mate with the queen. GG. GG. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. All right. So, yeah, it's just not really an opening. Like, e3 is a book move. Like, what book? Let's see the book. Someone show me the book. Okay, so, yeah, basically, I think h5 is a pattern everyone should know. So, this position right here is like the most important position. Knight e1 and h5, not the best move for sure, but the likelihood that you get a mate is so high. So high. If white does nothing, whatever, like a move like this, the point is that bishop h2, king takes h2, knight g4, king g1, right? Queen h4. And this is one of the most standard mating patterns you'll ever come across. Bishop captures the knight as they realize the only way to stop mate is to bring the knight there. And now they realize the only escape square they can make is this one. But then you hit them with g3, and now the game truly ends. So this is just a good mating pattern to know. It's very common. It happens literally all the time. People often think they're safe here because they calculate like check, and then they're like, oh, I'll run away. You never get away. Same here. If you take like that, then I take this way, check, king back, queen here, threatening mate. Again, you move your f pawn and the same thing happens. g3. So that's why this h pawn can be quite nice. Now, imagine that white had gone to a different square. had gone to d4. Okay? Now again, h4 not the best move. Still a good move, not the best. And again, imagine like just a whatever move, just to show you once more. Bishop h2, king h2, knight g4, king there, queen h4, and knight f3 is not possible, right? Knight f3, we just take, and obviously we're going down to h2 next turn. So, the only other way that you could dream about stopping mate would be taking the knight or moving the rook. Now, if you take the knight, the same thing is going to happen that we just looked at, where just this takes away the square, and that's mate. If you move the rook, you're getting mated. It doesn't help. If you move the rook now, you're getting mated because your own bishop blocks the escape square. Okay? So now let's look at what if white played not only a good knight move, but after h5 also made this random bishop move. So now I would play bishop h2, knight g4. Let's say the king goes back. Of course, you have to know what happens if the king goes up in all these lines, but that's another story. Queen h4, we want to mate. But now white says, oh, I'll go here. Because now if you check me and check me, I'll run away, and I'm running to eventual safety. Like, there won't be a checkmate here. So whenever someone does this, it's still mate, but you must take this one. Take this one first, and now you can pre-move the whole mate. Based on the arrangement of pieces, it'll almost always be mate, but you take this, this is forced, you check, this is forced, you check, this is forced, you check, this is forced, and it's the exact same position that we just looked at, except there's no pawn here. So now it's mate. And you might think, oh, it's like only working because of the way these pieces are. It's like, no, that's the way the pieces almost always are when you do the sack, so it will almost always work. So we've looked at like 4 or 5 different ways that this sack always works. It works well if the knight's on e1, the rook can't move. If the knight's on a better square, it still works because the bishop's in the way of the king escaping. If the bishop's out of the way, it still works because even though the rook moves out of the way, you take the other pawn and you mate him no matter what. So you've basically seen every single possible way that this could lead to mate, and it all comes from h5. Now, that being said, h5 is not the type of move that you can just play and it's like a great move, like, wow, love h5. It's good, and you'll see the engine still likes black's position, so it's good to know about this stuff, but it's not the best move, which is why I saw knight there, and I thought, okay, I'll just play knight c6. This move looks normal. I want a castle. Castling kingside is fine here, but I firmly believe that we want to castle queenside in this position. No question about it. Okay, knight there. Bishop d7. I like bishop d7. I think it's a very strong move here. I also think in this position, I think it's extremely difficult to know that one of the best continuations for black is bishop g4 and bishop back to d7. Certainly very, very strange. Like, I could play bishop f5, but you'll quickly see that the engine just won't like it as much because you're moving and it just doesn't make sense. Bishop e6, you'll also notice the engine won't like as much because you're blocking your queen. And bishop d7, the engine will hate because of knight b5, which is what I mentioned. Now your bishop is dead. And white only had to invest 1 move to get it. So the only square available is this one. And the idea being that after knight d4, surprisingly, we actually want to go back. And as I mentioned in the game, although this move hits us, now we have the e5 square because we wasted time by moving our bishop twice. So although we lose our bishop, we get to long castle, and after takes, knight takes back, which is just an improvement because white can't take this, even though white did take this and immediately lost. Now here, again, c5, it's a great move, right? I'm curious what line the engine's going to spit out. It was what I was talking about. Queen c3, okay, makes sense. This is exactly what I was saying. Queen c3, And I thought that I was winning here, but I just, once again, didn't trust e4. And it's like, why am I dealing with this? Why am I dealing with this? I don't need to be. So c5 is a fantastic move, but bishop g4 is definitely the best because I get to take the knight on safer terms. Safer terms. And after being down material, well, my opponent didn't even save the queen. Obviously, it was lost. So let's investigate this queen b4 move. Obviously, I knew that there's no way it was a good move. So what did we miss? What was the line? Queen b4, c3, queen b6. All right, let's see the genius. Bishop f1, Chad. Wow. Bishop f1, Chad. Yeah, bishop f1's a good move. I tell you, bishop f1 looks like a good one. Now, why is bishop f4 a good move? No, this doesn't make sense. Now I get the knight. This is what I wanted. So actually, the only move that white has is bishop f1 to save the knight, right? Okay, so we missed bishop f1. That's a strong move. Hits the knight and maintains b5. Ah, foiled by the old silicone engine. Shout out to boobs and jeans. Hello, Asios. How are you, buddy? But okay, I still think even though this wasn't a real opening, it's still nice to see how you can win these positions. And like just when is a good moment to play e4. I definitely liked playing e4 when I did to force the pieces back and not let my opponent play e4 as well. JBell 2023, thanks for the 38 months. Happy Friday to you, sir, Mr. JBell. Hope you're having a good one. Are you and J-Man linking up later? Hey, Luther, Bogus, APH Chess 23-month resub, Extincture 27 months with Prime, Mr. Quantix half a year with Prime, DMerc 37 28 months, Kevin Richardson, thanks for the 15 months. And Freddie Patzer, nice to see you there, Freddie. Joining the alliance. Thanks, Freddie. 33 months with Prime. Planky Man with a brand new Prime sub, so just fresh as ever. Thanks, Planky Man. Boobs and Jeans, we called out earlier. Thanks for the 13 months. Bjorn 2, 7-month resub. Peter Tija, 46 months. Bogus Rogus, also 46 months with Prime. Thank you both. And Mout P, a couple years with us. New sub badge. Dopey Mutts, 15 months and formerly fit. Thanks for the 14-month resub. It is on there, Broodcorn. It is. The first episode is already uploaded, and they will be uploaded there. Like, we'll continue to do so. So, check out the first one if you haven't seen it. Pink Fuzzy Bear. That's also a brand new sub. Pink Fuzzy Bear. Nice and simple, straight to the point. Buy my beers, gift a sub to Victor JB. Thank you. Buy my beers. Good name. Good name. Good name. All right, maybe we can go for one more here. Kamarainen. I did not know that. But I'm very interested in this story because I do stuff like that. Like, I go to tournaments to live stream them so you guys can watch, and we have people commentating here. But that's crazy. Is that for real? A bug kept landing on the playing hall's touch screen, and it triggered the sound button on the stream, and so her mom's commentary came on for everyone in the playing hall to hear. That sounds like some 1 in a million type stuff. Did that actually happen? It's so hard to believe, yet so easy to believe as well. I'll keep it in mind, Peter. I'll keep it in mind. Obviously, not easy to force stuff because it really depends on the openings, but certainly if I am able to, I'll consider it for sure. Noted. Noted. An arbiter dove over and unplugged it. That's hilarious. What's going on, Mike? How you doing, boss? Wow, that's interesting. Thanks for sharing, Camerainen. Hope that doesn't happen to me ever. But luckily, you know, we have a different situation. Right? We will never be in the same spot. Anna is playing a game and her grandmaster mother is commentating. So if that commentary goes in the playing hall, you might have to restart the game. Like, she could have said anything at that time, so it's really unfortunate. But when we do commentary, we have Chicken Pants and Valentinian and Gory hosting. So I think it's fine. I don't think that would be a concern. I think you might be able to just let it play. Oh no, the chess bras are unmuted on their commentary. Somebody stop it before they give away. All right. It'll be 200 subs for a shoey. It'll be 200 subs for a shoey. Gory, shall we raise the subs for the shoey? Fuck. The commentary. So I think we're okay. Nothing to worry about. Hello, Val. We unearthed Valentinian. He was hiding in the bushes. You give great commentary, ask Omid. Did you do commentary of Omid's games or something? Big lurk. Yeah, we dug up the body. Hello, Val. I said his name 3 times. I think I personally enjoy the commentary that we have from the community. We want to pick people that have some grasp of chess and, you know, holding the chair a little bit. So it can't just be anybody. But I think we have quite a few people who've become comfortable doing that. And it comes from the fact that we host a lot of Discord calls, cams, chill in the sauna, kind of part of the community. So people are generally a little more comfortable talking or being on cam or like hosting or being a part of things on stream. So I personally enjoy our community commentary when it happens. Hello, Berenzen Chess. Thank you, Ralph. That was actually supposed to be the Iceberger, not Loafs. Because it was Aiden, the Iceberger, who was doing commentary of one of my games and did a shoey at the end of it. So that was actually the Iceberger. All right, so here's what I'm thinking. Little game plan. Yeah, you might have found it. It could have been you, Tim. That's right. You could be guilty here. Here's what I'm thinking. We play one more slow chess game. Hopefully it's a good one. Hopefully it's instructive. And then because we're going to be switching to kick, as I mentioned later for an evening stream, we see if there is any energy to crowdfund marbles, because the people have been on a maybe 2 to 3 week probationary period from marbles. So I think we'll play one more slow chess game and then do a cursory marbles energy check before we end off on Twitch, right? Because it needs to happen on Twitch. That's the Twitch exclusive now. Yeah, I have the same idea, Tim, which is why I wanted to let people know about the possibility now, to see if we could raise that energy with, during another slow chess game. Had to let the people know in advance because I just didn't trust it would be there without some prodding. So, I'm going to play another game. John Shedden. Maybe John Shedden. Thanks for the Prime sub. And Kyle is lurking. 6 months with Prime. All right, one more slow chess game. Hope it's a good one. Let me know what you'd like to see me play. 15 minutes, 10-second increment. One more. Okay. The black pieces, we see e4. What shall we do? Not all these openings can be played against e4. But I'll tell you one thing. e5 ain't it, buddy. I'll tell you another thing. e5 is not a move. So if we play knight here, maybe f4, but let's assume knight f3. And then the weird thing about the position is if I play queen c7, white would then be forced to play queen e2 or d4. So I'm kind of wondering what's going on here. What's going on here? D6 is okay. So, I'm going to start with this, the most obvious move, of course. I'm curious what my opponent's going to play, because let's establish that first, right? We don't even know what's in the works here. Okay. Knight to f3. So, if white can play this move and this move, then I do think the position will become somewhat normal. So if I play a slow move here, like e6, g6, then I think white plays this move and this move. And it's not that my position sucks there, but I believe that white's position is okay. If I play queen c7, I was thinking queen e2, but I'm also now thinking d4. And I'm wondering about this because pawn takes, of course, knight takes loses, but I'm wondering about this takes and then bishop to f4. And like, how is that? How is bishop f4? I feel like it could be, like, of course it's great for black, but somehow it feels a little bit off. I have to say, e5 looks worse than I believe it is. It's a weird thing to say, but I think that that move is very bad, and it might just be inaccurate or like slightly not good. I don't think it's awful. It really should be awful, though. It really should be awful. Interesting. I am flummoxed. An easy way to proceed would be one of these kind of moves, but not. I guess I'm not sure if I have better than that because those moves look good, but they don't look like they punish e5 that well. I mean, they look okay. Maybe it's possible that this is the vibe. Play g6, and after c3, just let d4 happen by playing just like d6. And say, okay, you know, I'll do this and I'll just play this line. And if you want to play d4, you're going to have to take an isolated pawn. Even though it seems very counterintuitive for me to allow stuff like this, I think the point is I want to play d6, and after they take, I want to take with the queen, and then my bishop's no good on that diagonal. So it becomes clear to me that my bishop probably belongs here, unless you do those things where you go d6 takes e6, like a try hard, you know? Like, wow, takes e6. Whoa. Impressive. Bishop takes d6 coming. But those ideas are too sweaty for me. So I would like to put my bishop on g7. Make an obvious threat, that's for sure. But I think d6 might be my next move. This is a high profile slow chess matchup. This is a rapid match for the ages. Are you kidding me right now? We're on move 3. Both me and my opponent are deep in thought. Like, this is the world championship of rapid chess. Right in front of your eyes. Just two guys maxing out their brain power right now. Hey, I like it. If he's really getting into this position the way I just got into it, then we might be in for a real battle here. Love to see that move. Not because it's like great for me, but I think it would make sense. Okay, bishop c4. Interesting. I'm probably gonna need to see your idea after I play this move. I mean, there's no threat here that I can see, so I'm just gonna make a threat myself. Queen e2 obviously defends it, but then I play queen c7, and now I truly am attacking it too many times. So I'm kind of wondering what's happening there. It's unfortunate. I would have liked to have calculated that because I still think after queen here, d4 and bishop f4 is like, it's not over. That's tricky. But this does give me a free pawn, I believe. So I don't think I'm gonna say no. No tricks, right? There's no like bishop f7 and queen h5 because there's a g pawn in the way, and queen f3 is not dangerous on its own. So I suppose we just want a pawn here. Well, yeah. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. We'll go ahead and take that free bishop. And I think out of the 6 moves that my opponent has played, it's like, it's probably been 50-50. Like, e4 good, e5 bad. You know, knight f3 good, bishop c4 bad. Castle bad, rook e1 worse. So there's only been 6 moves, and there's been a lot of blunders, actually. Or I would say just mistakes, maybe. But it's the free pieces, you know, the whole pieces. That's what costs you games like this. d3? Then I don't know. I might play knight takes b2. So normally I would assume that my opponent has disconnected by now, but would you say that he's disconnected or thinking? Because he has taken 3 minutes on a move before. So it's still within the wheelhouse here. He doesn't want marbles. He's an anti-marbles enjoyer. He's just lowering the energy. Thank you, Sea Dog, for the 22 months with Prime. Gunnar Stahl, 24 months and a new badge. Thanks, Gunnar. Ryan Gazemore, 3 months with Prime. And Stu Bakesma, thanks for 27 months. Also with a Twitch Prime sub. Thank you, Stu. Thunder Dump 69 420. 11-month resub with Prime. That's a big username right there. But you know what's an even bigger username? The Krispy Kremer. 1 year with Prime. These are some solid usernames today. Maybe time to make a SlowBrah slightly less SlowBrah account. But like, he hasn't disconnected. Okay. Option A, we get a move. Option B, we do not get a move because he has disconnected and we win by abandonment. Option 3, he doesn't disconnect, but we win because he just hasn't made a move in so long. I think they might call it abandonment as well, but it'll be clear whether he's disconnected or not. I think those are the 3 options. Or option 4, no, didn't need that many. Didn't need that many. What was option 4? I'll tell you. I'll tell you for the low price of 1 sub. What's wrong with these guys? They can't find the resign button. Well, how about you just ask an open question to the chat? There's a lot of people in chat. I'm sure a lot of people playing games, a lot of people playing chess. So I'm sure that people in chat can say that they have just flicked off the tab instead of resigning. Yes or no? There's not going to be many people who can say they've never done that. Game abandoned. RIP. RIP. I'm curious what the engine thinks about this game, no? Like E5 is not good, but I never got vibes that I would be like totally winning here. Yeah, so like if you look at the engine says, and I knew it would say, this is what I was saying. I was like, the engine is gonna like this. Queen C7, D4, and Bishop F4. I know the engine's gonna like it, but like, what move? And the reason the engine likes it is fucking Knight F6. What kind of fucking sleazeball stuff is this? Good God. A brilliancy as well. I mean, this is like such a deserved brilliancy. Like, this move is crazy. This move's crazy. Wow. Because you wonder how you're going to get this knight out, right? Like, you play e6, knight there, it's so slow. What's the continuation? Well, I think that black's threatening to play knight h5 and win the e5 pawn, right? So knight h5 is a winning move right now, which is why white's moves are like h3. We did g6, definitely an average move, because essentially here it could transpose into a main line of an opening with bishop here, you know? That's why I wasn't too thrilled. But yeah, what the fuck? e5. I mean, yeah, you can always play this, but after you do this, it's like, yeah, you're fine, but it's not that special. Is there a faster brilliancy possible than knight f6? Well, I'm sure there is. Like, is this not a brilliancy? Knight takes e5 is best. I'm sure that it would say brilliancy. Like, basically, I'm in like the analysis of my own game, so I'm not sure if they're wording these properly, but something convinces me that knight e5 would be good as a brilliancy, but maybe not. Maybe not. But for some reason, I'm thinking that would be a brilliancy. Also, any kind of like queen h5, knight g6 thing, I think would also be brilliancy. But I feel like knight f6 in the last game is like the most... That was a really brilliant kind of move. First of all, because I definitely didn't even see it. And because the move itself, if executed properly, like in reaction to the brilliancy, if I do the right thing as white, it's like only slightly better for black, right? It's nothing special. But it's brilliant because if you don't play it, it's like a super average line. I don't trust any of these other moves to be anything special. This move is sick. But it's not a flashy brilliancy. It's just like a, what the... I didn't even think of that move. Why not take the knight with the pawn? Well, you lose your bishop. So you trade knight for bishop, and remember, black's already up this one pawn. So no matter what you take, black's just going to take it back, and you'll be down a pawn here. The whole point of the opening is that black's up a pawn, but it's very hard to keep it. And this move actually seems to keep it, at least momentarily. Qatar001, thank you for 19 months with Prime. Mental Fugu? Mental Fug. Thanks for the new sub. An anonymous gifted sub to Alinity's Feet 69. Which one's Alinity? Is that the one that like abused her cat or something? It's been a while since I've heard that name. Like a good while. Good to see you, Mr. Qatar. All right, well, that was our very, very uneventful final game, right? That was it. Feels bad, man. Well, that wasn't it, right, Thunderdump? Not only did she, like, throw her cat, but didn't she also, like, feed the cat vodka or something? She was doing some strange stuff, no? Freeze, thanks for the 28 months. Thank you, Freeze. Is it possible to buy a mouse with a SlowBrah logo? No, we don't sell mice. But obviously, you can put the SlowBrah logo, like on a sticker or something, put it on your mouse. But no, we don't sell mice with the logo. So we're done our game. It'll still count as our final game. What about that marbles energy? Let's examine. It's been a while. I'm trying to think maybe the last marbles race we did, but it's definitely been some time. Chat frame. I'm not sure. Is Kick down? I mean, maybe if XQC is streaming, right? Let's see. He is streaming. He's streaming for a lot of people. That's a busy chat. He already has 58,000 followers. Yeah, it says zero viewers for me as well. It might be bugged because there's like so many people. You see how fast his chat is moving? Crazy. Yeah, it's actually a stress test. Do you see this? No, this is insane. That's just nuts. What? That is nuts. And that slow mode? Yeah, it might be. Let me see. Where's ours? Yeah, you can't. I'm getting the same thing, yeah? I'm getting the same thing. So if you guys go to this link, does it work? Because I know what you mean. Who said they can't sub or can't follow? Yeah, AVT. I know what you mean. If you go to that link, does it work? Kick.com/SlowBrah. Because I just went to it and it also didn't work for me for some reason, but I'm able to navigate there through my my profile page. It's not even loading for you. No, I know it says offline by my viewers, but you can load the SlowBrah page, right? Kick.com/SlowBrah. Because they've been having some issues with the follow button there as well. So could you guys just click follow and just check if it works? It's like you always have to just test these things, like the sub button as well. Like they've been trying to fix that, so maybe we can test that also. Gateway drug. Son Jones confirms that the quick Cinco button is working. Zon Jones, thank you, buddy, for a very, very well timed quick Cinco. And I wonder if Spencer knows why it was very well timed. I wonder. 54. We could change our goal to 69. 69, like the good old days. 69 subs for marbles. Hello to Chicken Pants and Zon Jones. All right, guys. I updated the kick sub counter. So currently at 0, but as I just said, at 69 kick subs, we will do marbles. Oh, MLP Twilight. Thanks for the 15 subs. Oh, that's really kind. That's really kind, MLP Twilight. Jeez. Really appreciate that, man. In other news, you're following now. Buy my beers. There we go. We're logged in. Thank you very much, MLP Twilight. 15 subs. It's like, how is this legend always lurking, always there? When people need someone, a hero from the shadows, it's always MLP. Is it not? He always seems to be there, picking up the slack for chat. It's amazing. Hello, Chicken Pants. What are we doing here? Well, we're going to spend our Frisky Friday evening on Kick. That's right. We're going to spend our Frisky Friday on Kick. But I figured, and Tim is figuring something as well. I figured that since we're here on Twitch, maybe some marbles races to remind the people, you know, the last beautiful thing that Twitch has over Kick. Marbles. Tim Cannon, 25. The $100 tip. Mike's Cheeks is ready for marbles. MLP is a marbles guy. Tim Cannon is a marbles guy. All right. All right. Oh, Chilled Living is out of the woodwork as well. Valentinian might wake back up. Chicken Pants is in. Thank you, Tim. Oh my goodness. Just like old times. 69 subs. Tim with marbles energy. Amazing. Low Dill. Yeah. I'll say no based on that. That's just because I'm a diva.
You want a fresh one?
Yeah.
I'm asking. Yeah.
No, I'm saying yeah. Yeah. I would. What can I say? Dill, yours are better anyway.
Okay.
But yeah, I would actually prefer.
I knew you were gonna say.
I would actually prefer a fresh one.
That's just your style.
Is my style. Yeah. All right. Hey, what's up, Mansers? We're about to play marbles. All you guys are gonna have to do is type !play. I'm just gonna change our title here. What can I tell you guys in the meantime? I can tell you that we are doing a draft tonight. We are going to be doing an NFL draft on Underdog. We're going to be doing it tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern. Glezzy, you good for that, my guy? All right, there we go. ! Play. Man, yeah, Glezzy had some real energy. Eric, did you see we got a level 12? Did you see somebody hit level 12 city? I mean, that guy deserves like a medal, like a plaque. We have to erect a monument. There's one person that hit city level 12 in Call of Dragons, and I swear to God, that person is literally a legend. I did say erect. That's right. Does that get you going? Violin too. Thanks for the 9 months with Prime. Cheers, Violin. But we are doing it tonight, so Glezzy, if you're around, 9 p.m. Eastern, we're gonna try to rally some more people. Maybe we can get Spencer in. Go Spence. Loose Cannon and D, 21 months. Point Blank Ted, I see there, 54-month resub. Freeze, 28 months. Hey, thanks a lot, Ted. So that's upcoming. That's upcoming. Let's see. Let's see. All right, you guys ready to go? Guardian EU, we're not playing yet. No, people are just rearing to go, you know? They can't wait. They just can't wait. Who is going to be the first one to join the race? That's what I want to know. Because you guys don't know when I will have started the race. You don't know if I've started it already. Who is going to be the official first person to join the marbles race? You don't know if I'm going to start it in 5 minutes. I could just leave the chat. I could just end the stream. You'll never know. All right. How many people should we allow in this race? That's what I'd like to know. It has to be exclusive for the, you know, the importance of the event. We only want the fastest marbles on the track. We're going to allow only 100 people. Only the first 100 people. You guys ready? We haven't started yet. Only the first 100 people. You're gonna have to be quick. You're gonna have to be quick, all right? Oops, just made it sub only. Now you can see who the fake subs are. Skinner and Beacon. Fake passports. That's how we expose the frauds. We got 53 people in here. The plebs are pining to join, hoping that the energy slows down so it gets opened up to them as well. We need to populate this rate. Don't let a single pleb in. Keep it going. Tell your friends. Get your alts. I'm going to be joining from my phone as well. We have to keep the plebs out. $64. You'd think there were 100 subs that wanted to play marbles. You'd think. Skinner, I think you have to reflect on that yourself, buddy. Mason Lee Burton, thanks for the 16-month resub. That's what I'm saying, Jingo. Down bad over here. All right, guys. We're going to have to let the plebs in. But plebs, remember, there's only limited number of slots. There's only a limited number of slots, okay? You're going to have to join quickly. We have 70 subs, which is perfect because we love a 70-30 split. All right, plebs, get in here. $91, $92, $94. Almost done. Last 5 spots. Jeez. We barely got 100. It's a good thing we sold limited tickets, you know? It's a good thing we didn't have 200 on offer. There we go. We have exactly 100 now. We may begin. Friday Night Marbles. Haven't done it in a long time. People can barely remember how to shake that thing. Here we go. Let the marbles drop. I think we have a long race ahead, by the way. Hugh with a nice little oh, there goes Hugh. Barely. Took him a while. He's through though. Oh, we already have our first DNFs. Imagine waiting to finally play marbles and DNFing. Imagine. Who's at the back? Oh no. Not MLP Twilight. Oh, but he's really at the back. He's really at the back. Hugh. Thunder Dump and Hugh at the front, along with Mike's Cheeks. Whoa. Hugh. I don't think we'll be seeing Hugh later. See ya, bud. Doughboy at the front. Jimbo, Hush, Eternal, Hanson Eric making a push as well. This is a long race, though, guys. Long race. Andrew MJ at the back. Andrew Tesh. Jesus. You're named Andrew. You're just getting the short end of the stick here. Ooh, almost there, Tim. Hello, Dill.
Hello. Go marbles.
Go Marbles. That's right. A Twitch exclusive.
Now, that's right.
But there's market share to be grabbed.
There's balls. Sorry. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Never mind.
Jimbo, Hush, Eternal. That's Kevin Richardson. Thunderdump. Whoa, K Sandwich. Just nice job there, K Sandwich. I don't know what you did, but you snuck down. Hush Eternal. Is this... I mean, whoever gets down the middle here has a chance of winning, but no one has so far. Oh, makes me sick. Don't tell me the plebs are going to win. K Sandwich. There you go. K Sandwich, you got to take it. Ahead of the plebs. Oh, you got lapped by this guy? Connor? For real? Oh, geez, you're making the subs look bad there, K Sandwich. My goodness, with a 70-30 split, you're telling me you're not enjoying yourself? No one has ever said that. There's 70% subs in here, and you can't get a goddamn victory. Connor on another coke binge. Yeah, to a pleb, exactly. Andrews at the back. Andrews are really down bad right now. Zon Jones should be okay. Andrews are maybe at risk, though, of the DNF line. So hang on a sec. There's a lot going on. So we want, hey, what's up, champ? I see you there. Lurkin. Queen Trap Mental. There's Darkbone. Chelsea Morgana. Thong Me. Gunnar Stahl getting through. Zon Jones. Chibaka. And Andrew Tesh still alive here. He might not want to be. And I feel like, no, he's going to get eaten alive here. So Zon Jones, it could be Zon Jones, unless he somehow slows down at the end. It could very well be Zon Jones with the cursory 5 gifted subs to start off the Marbles energy. He himself lands at the back of the pile. Now, Connor MCM1, as we check his passport credentials, we will notice that, nope, he does not have sub status. Sorry there, Connor. No, but wait a minute. What's this trash talk? The pleb is king of all plebs. The plebs are here to take over. No, that's ridiculous. Are you saying that you represent the plebs, Connor? Do you speak for the plebs? Am I having discourse with the plebs right now? The pleb army? I want to speak to the guy in charge. I want to speak to the leader. Are you the leader? Interesting. Very interesting stuff. Okay. You lead all plebs, Connor. So, Connor, would you be willing to put your people on the line? We either go in sub-only mode, so the plebs will get caged. So if you lose, the plebs get caged. But if you win, you get to join the ranks. You get to ascend from a mere pleb to an honorary sub. And you will be promoted to chief sub officer and lead a much stronger, more capable army. Let me know what you think of that offer while you decide if L'Oreal Paris is the right shampoo for you. Okay, 5-minute ad break. He doesn't think he's worthy. He doesn't think he's worthy. Wow. The leader of the plebs doesn't believe his own worth. A fake leader, in fact. All that talk. All plebs across the entire region had to watch ads because of you, Connor. We just ran 3 minutes of ads. They're all watching ads right now because you got big-headed and you stepped up to the plate. You have to take some responsibility for that. He says, let's go. Well, I think we're going to hand this match over to Zon Jones. Zon Jones against Connor MCM. On one side, we have the plebs. On the other side, we have the subs. A battle as old as time. Who will prevail? Connor MCM1 or Zon Jones? Zon Jones, I'll need your chess.com username in the chat. Connor MCM1, I'll need your firstborn child named Spencer and your chess.com username in the chat. Thank you, Tim Cannon, for the gifted sub. To the Eradicator. The Eradicator. All right. We have the usernames. You guys know what to do. chess.com/play/online. And I'm actually going to need to switch over to our KNVB account to run this match. But head over to chess.com/play/online. All right. We're getting a very important match. This is going to set the precedent for today's marbles. You know, the plebs could just come out storming with a win. That would be a bad look. Zon Jones against the Artful Khan. Good luck. And wow. Boy, is this a matchup. It couldn't be closer. It couldn't be more neck and neck. Artful Khan repping the plebs. He's hitting the subs with a nasty London. He's ragdolling them with the London. Artful Khan, I've been told, represents the plebs. He represents the people. Zon Jones. Honestly, at this point, has a good position, I would say. Has something to look forward to here. The move h3 seems out of place. Knight to e4 from Big Zon. What do we think of the position so far? More or less even. Not a lot between these guys right now. Okay. Ooh, and an immediate trade. There was an option to do this. But an immediate trade. What do you know? A London system player is eager to exchange the queens. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Okay. Black needs some development as well. Rooks are doubled. There's technically not a threat here. But interesting, I like that move, bishop h4. That's maybe a bait from Zon Jones. He wanted to see the low energy g3. Could be a bait. Bishop back. And foregoing the fantastic move in favor of this because the pleb is playing reactionary chess. Only thinking about what could happen to his piece. Not thinking about what could be done in the position. Time advantage for Zon Jones. And instead of playing this move, once again, which would be winning, White plays the awful move, f4. But instead of taking it again, we see Zon Jones and his opponent playing a remarkably, fascinatingly bad game. Now, I have a question for you. If both players have a bad game, does that favor the subs or the plebs? Discuss. That's right, Tim. You're calling for it. I mean, it's just not happening. But it's interesting, Tim. Are you so unimpressed by Zon Jones and his performance here that you'd rather see White win? Like, would you rather see the subs lose, Tim, because they're playing so bad they don't deserve this? Like, Zon Jones deserves to lose. I noticed you're suggesting moves for Team Pleb. One could even insinuate in a fashion that could be construed as cheering. You think this is going to be a draw, Loose Cannon? I don't think so. I think the subs are about to say hi. On time. Can't believe that didn't happen. Just crazy. The chokes that are occurring. Oh my goodness, the plebs are just actual dog shit at endgames. Oh, it makes me sick. They're so bad. Just terrible. Just terrible. And Zon Jones comes away with the win, and that is a massive sub KO. That was your leader. That was the representation that the pleb sent forward. Can you believe in this position that we didn't see F5? F5. I mean, it's crazy. F5 is a walk in the park. Boar Detector, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, by the way. Boar Detector. King Ushkan X, thanks for the Prime sub. And Zelly Live, thanks for the 10-month resub with Prime. Oof. That was nasty. Zon Jones will absolutely, of course, be spared. He can't be banning Zon after a dub like that, but you know, he's done something even better. He's earned sub only. The plebs are being punished for Connor's misdemeanor. Being punished for his actions. Connor MCM1 says, cage them all. Cage these plebs. The plebs have just been betrayed. The highest level of betrayal. The plebs were just fished hook, line, and sinker. Connor MCM was working the other side the whole time. He said, ban those fucking plebs. Get them banned and get them out of here. He was working the other side. He sold secrets. I didn't notice that, Nathaniel. That's a keen eye you have there. MCM just pulled the rug over the whole operation. He said, why do you think I played the London? I had to play a bad opening disguised as a good opening. Understandable. London's a great choice for that. Well, now we have a sub-only race. Boar Detector with 5 subs during that game, so you can only assume Boar Detector is Team Sub. Who's getting in? These are sub-only races right here. This is exclusive stuff. Agree, Andrew. Agree. Who's getting in here? Kane VB, I'm joining from the phone. I'm hitting it up. I'm hitting it up. Exclamation mark play, baby. Get me in there. Get me in there. Exclam play. You guys talk about marbles. You speak about it in whispers. And now that it's finally here, you're all trembling to join the race. I see how it is. I see how it is. Subbing to get last place. Hit me with it. Penguin Seducer, I got you. I got you. We're starting. You can tell that the entries are slowing down. Subs only and fake subs. Fake subs like, is that Loose Cannon and D and Mike's Cheeks? They are identifying as plebs for this race. Oh my god, I forgot this is 2023. They started the race as subs, but now they've transitioned to plebs. Oh my fucking goodness. There are some plebs in here. Do not let them win. Do not let them win. Be on the lookout for those two. Loose Cannon and D. Mike's Cheeks. Happiest Bear at the front. Kane VB, obviously with strong performance. One of the fastest marbles in the West. SlowBrah, you know, just play in the field a little bit. No need to, you know, overcommit early. Just happy to, you know, pull up the rear. No need to overexert. Just saving myself for next race. Aren't I in the East? Hell no. What are you talking about? Absolutely not. Are you thinking about just Canada or just North America? The small mind of the chat is on full display. Think about the entire world, my friends. Of course we're in the West. Chilled living. Nice try, but better luck next time, chump. Electromagnetic and Happiest Bear. Literally so close, but Happiest Bear should pull this out. Oh, but Electromagnetic, that was unbelievable. It's not who hits the middle first, it's who hits the ground. Electromagnetic finishes ahead of Happiest Bear. Ooh. Very close finish. Oh, Nate with a strong third. What do you know, Ralph? Nate and the podium have been a strong duo today. Tim Cannon, 25. He said his marble was hobbling around, and I think we're seeing on full display exactly why. Tim in last place, and Electromagnetic in first. Oh, yeah. Hush Eternal. Let me play the, let me add your song. Coming up next, brah. Thanks, Hush. Algu says Tim Cannon deserves a ban after aiding and abetting Team Pleb in the previous game. Now, Electromagnetic, clear first, paid off the refs, as he's happy to admit. And as we scroll here, there are a few things we have to verify. Victoria 707. Congratulations, congratulations. Tim Cannon in last place. SlowBrah, yeah, solid performance. Mike's Cheeks and Loose Cannon and D have identified as plebs for this race. Now, you've identified as plebs, but by identifying as plebs for this race, you'll probably understand that we need to prosecute you. The plebs weren't supposed to be in this race. So we've now discovered that there has been an infiltration, and Loose Cannon and D and Mike's Cheeks will have to defend themselves. Now, Electromagnetic, I'll give you first dibs. Who would you like to prosecute? Loose Cannon and D or Mike's Cheeks? The Loose Cannon. He wants the Loose Cannon. Loose Cannon in D. First place of all the plebs. Look at this guy. Look at this chump. All right, Loose Cannon in D. What's your username? Same with you, Electromagnetic. We will get to our next match in a second. And you guys know where to go. Loose Cannon in D. All right, chess.com/play/online. We have a match. And it is very interesting. Loose Cannon in D was a 1400, and don't forget that Electromagnetic asked for this match. He wanted it. But now he's the 400-point underdog. I'm thinking he might be regretting things. Who is going to catch this dub? Hang on a sec. Pivot grab might be overextending here. Let's go for... Switch the music. Let's get some all-time classics. All-time classics. Who knows what this set is? Is anyone that good? Is anyone that good? That might give it away right there. Hanson Eric, this was a trick question. We got Hanson Eric in with a guess. Actually not the answer. This was a tricky question. With his second bullet, Hanson Eric comes in clutch. On his second bullet. Yes. Deborah, Big Deb. Debbie. Debbie DeLuca. Meanwhile, talk about this position right here. I mean, pivot grab, not doing too bad at all, right? Not at all. Yeah, I mean, this is anyone's game. This is anyone's game. Now, I would have said maybe I expected him to go there, but instead he kept the bishop pair, which I respect fully. I respect fully. Another sturdy move. He's got a minute. He's matched on time with loose cannon. Remember, he wanted this match. He asked for it. He's the one who asked for this. And are you kidding me? He hits it with knight e4. You're not thinking, buddy. You're not thinking. He only had to take the goddamn knight. And then he could have taken on e4. You probably would have won. Are you kidding me? This is what would have happened if he had his brain on. It would have been this. 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 Would have been this. And maybe he would have taken here. Maybe. That's a reasonable chance. But instead, he's got this position, and boy, does it look tough. Oh, that's a nasty move. That's filthy. That's filthy. F6 and resigns on his opponent's turn. Oof. Absolutely dicked down. The plebs score a moral victory. That's right. Loose cannon in D, identifying as a pleb and winning it for them. It's just amazing. You know, amazing how that happens. But we haven't forgot about our other pleb. It's 1-1 in the battle. However, Mike's Cheeks is still on the docket. Mike, how are you feeling? Are you feeling like a new person? Identifying as a pleb? Do you feel like you found yourself? Is this who you've been the whole time? Mike says he's feeling cheeky. All right, Mike's Cheeks. If you're feeling cheeky, then why don't you take out Tim Cannon, a spokesman and a high sparrow for the subs. Mike's Cheeks and Tim Cannon. Good luck, Mike. You want to reinstate the plebs? You got to take out one of the big fellas. Mike, Tim, let me know the usernames and head over to chess.com/play/online. Mike's Cheeks against Tim Cannon. The plebs worldwide are tuning in to support Mike. And oh, baby, this will be a close one. Mike's Cheeks against Tim Cannon. Yeah, you should have picked the other one, electromagnetic. You should have. All right. Now, queen takes b7. The material is even here. Don't forget. Right? One a pawn, one a pawn. Queen a5. Shacking the king. Bishop d2 to hit the queen. Well, there's definitely some cheeks that are about to get clapped. I just don't know if they're Mike's. Oof. 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 It's about as rough as it could get. It's about as rough as it could get. A doubly. 27 months, tier 3. Thank you, A doubly. 34 months from Choose Choo. Oh, I mean, this is just plain brutal. Oh, but this should probably be this is the sauce. Ooh. Not that it's a great move, but it was the sauce to try to get that free piece. It's quite possible that Mike missed it. Also, there's stuff that is available. Great move by Tim. Do not trade pieces. Nice stuff here by Tim. He's doing the literal best he can. That was a nice tactic. Unfortunately, his net gain is not a lot, but I like the energy. Pretty much the same thing. When I say pretty much, I mean not the same thing because of that move, but it was not seen. I will say this one did seem to make more sense. There was a hope there, right, Anthony? You know, it could still, the win could still occur. Now this is getting tough. Tim is down a minute. He's also down 2 pieces. It's like, I don't see it happening. He's fighting as well as he can. Choose True and 8W. Thanks for the subs. 34 months from Choose True. 27 tier 3 from 8W. And East Beast 01. Thanks for the new sub. Realty Money, what kind of suggestion is that? You just want to see me suffer. Very on brand, honestly. Oof. 3 seconds, there's no way. Mike's cheeks. He is really cheeked up right now. The plebs have been reinstated due to 2 victories by self-identifying plebs. Incredible stuff. Plebs worldwide are rejoicing. Tim Cannon is he's hobbling on the chessboard, hobbling on the marbles track. And you can just tell, he ain't himself. This ain't the Tim that was peaking earlier. Beacon says, how many kick subs to ban the plebs again? I think we can crowdfund Beacon. We can always crowdfund a good old pleb ban. How about 20 kick subs? 20 kick subs. That's about 500 Twitch subs. You see the value I'm putting on you subs or on you plebs? You see that? Like, it's amazing. You see how much I value you? I just put a serious number on your freedom. That's a big number right there. Score 5674. Thank you very much for 13 months, Score. You were enjoying the vibe of the chat a couple of minutes ago. Hello, Loafs. Thanks for the follow there, Jojo. All right, let's do one more. One more. Important. Important. Low Java Bandit. It's just been rough, yeah. It's just been rough. Everyone can get in this. However, exclamation mark play, but there's only 100 slots. There's only 100 slots. So claim yours fast. Oh, Anthony's in. That's always scary. MLP is in. Yeah, early access MLP. Early access MLP. Good thing you didn't, Luther. This might be our last marbles race. Make it count. Are the plebs or the subs going to emerge victorious? Happy Friday, Jackpot Jossie. We have 11 more slots to fill. Five more. Salty dog. And one more slot. Let's start. Exclamation mark play. And there we go. Pipo Carvalho. Let's see it. Dr. Lord and Java Bandit dropping first. Uh-oh, you don't like to see that. At the back, Hanson Eric a little slow off the gate there. Christopher Cup in there quick, but is he dropping first? I don't think so. We got a long track ahead. Oh my god. Ralph, what did you put in Nate's cereal this morning? What the hell, man? The speed out of the gate. Good lord. All right. Hanson Eric at the back as well. Uh-oh. Is there a potential match brewing? Hanson Eric Marble is currently in last place. Mike's Cheeks also near the back as well. I see Picker there. Shadow Spark. Glezzy. Who's out first? Shadow Spark might just be rolling on through. No, it's Billy Kirby. Billy. Very, very nice there. Mischievous. Yeah, Billy is just continuing. Electromagnetic almost finishing as well. Oh, this is looking pretty good for Billy. I mean, there's still some ways to go, but noted, noted. Oh, Hanson Eric is in there. It's good old Tesh. Wait, are they just stuck? Like, well, they take so long there. Chanel, good old Tesh. Crabapple, Highway Bug. And meanwhile, at the front, it is Billy Kirby still in first. But remember, there is still some work to do here. But it's looking good for Billy Kirby. Down first and way ahead of the field. Now, unless something happens here. No, getting stalled. Electromagnetic. Maybe we'll be able to catch up. Electromagnetic. Trying to take advantage of that. Oh, but Electromagnetic got stalled in the air. And Billy Kirby comes in first place. as we take a look near the back here. Good old Tash, Chanel. Wait a minute. You're telling me that Nathaniel is now near the back? Wait 1 second. Plot twist. From first place to potentially last place. Is this the choke of the century? Stay tuned. Chanel probably getting eaten by that DNF line. Good old Tash as well. It's anyone's game here. A lot of people spinning around. Oh, and East Beast is right in. I don't know if he wanted to be. Resident Hickey Updater is in. East Beast Violin. And the DNF line is coming. Good old Tesh. Nope. Not happening. Picker, Danny Ritchie, Glezzy. I think at this point you want to get caught. Everyone's frozen. DNF line is coming. Is anyone going to drop in? Picker, you don't want to drop in. The DNF line is going to eat everybody. Wait a minute. So we actually don't know who was in last place. We don't know who was in last. Let's have a look. Billy Kirby, congratulations. Let's investigate. Technical timeout. It was Violin 2. Who was last seen quoted saying, "Let me in." Well, you got in. You ever seen that that scene in The Dark Knight where the Batman is like, "Let her go," and he's like, "A very poor choice of words." I get the same vibes here. Let me in. A very poor choice of words. Hello, Omid Malik. All right. Violin in last place. Billy Kirby in first. Billy, ban or no ban? Thanks for the 53 months, Omid. Tier 3 from Big Malik. I think with all the fans here in chat, I think it's only fair. We have Big Omeezy in the chat. We need to play Big Omeezy's bangers. Literally in the building. Billy's gone for ban. Whether or not they know what they're doing. Violin, you've been banned. I assume you're defending. I'll need your chess.com username. And same for you, Billy Kirby. Chess.com username. Chess.com/play/online, Billy and Violin. And also, what's your username, Violin? Chess.com username. Something I'm used to. All right. Ooh. A close game here. Very close game. Can't make money. Thanks for the 2 months with Prime. Cheers, bruh. But we can if you keep that up. Another Malik banger. Yeah, I like the close matches today. I appreciate it. Push out a late. Fun 300K. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. How about the dubs? W Riz. I run this bitch. Fun 300K. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Thank you to Gory. Psych light, I ain't T-Pain. Hold up. Hold up. I should have late. Front of 300K. Hey, hey. I liked Black's gameplay. Solid trading. Rough opening, honestly, but White didn't take advantage. But now, I feel like White's position is getting quite nice. That's a very strong move. And it's evident it's about to go down like Lawrence Trent. Famous rapper like Magnus said. Friends with the GOAT, know that I'm goated. Oh, hit him with the pre-move. Okay. Okay. Fun 300K. Hey, hey. Billy Kirby, currently a little bit worse on time and on the board. Wow. That's a fancy ass move. Damn. Rook C8. Damn. Hit him with that walkout, baby. Hit him with that walkout. I'm a triple threat. Watch me flex. Check. 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 Fly like a jet. I'm a triple threat. Watch me flex. And hang on me because I'm miserable as an individual. Exclamation mark Omid. How are we gonna get a ban here? Billy Kirby needs to win. If you want to see a ban, rap with ease. I didn't have to sneeze. Feel like quitting. My freestyles roast their writtens. be immortalized. I am greatness personified. Nice moves by Billy. Good chess moves, bad speed. Check. Check. I stay fly like a jet. I'm a triple threat. Watch me flex. Henry is in the making. Mistaken. I shake and bake. Remember when I said good chess, bad speed? Now it's good speed, bad chess. For being number one, under the sun, one under the gun. Check, 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 check. You know why I stay fly, check. Oh, not the worst move possible. Oof. We are not seeing a ban from this one, ladies and gentlemen. We are not seeing a ban here today. Damn. Violin lives to fight another day. Oh, so pretty. That was a very good game by Bastoon. I thought it was very just good. Opening was really bad though. Opening was really bad. H6 is disturbing. Oof, do not like H6. There's also like a lot of good stuff here. Good stuff here. Yeah. Lots of opportunities. Well, normally you want to take things. Like, if you play this and black leaves the pawn there, you should take almost every time. Like, this is almost game over. If pawn takes, knight takes, you win this. If the king takes, you win that. And if knight takes, you can even do this first. But even if you don't see that, this is also amazing. But it's very, very one-sided, this opening. H6 is an awful move. The same exact thing happens here. Just take... There's too many things hanging. Why not bishop f7 after DE? You mean now, or? Or what? H6, D takes. What's this? Does this work? Hola. Bishop f7. King takes. Knight takes. And knight g6. You win a queen? You definitely don't win a queen. But I guess this is better than taking the queen and taking the pawn. Because, interesting. Takes, takes. So you, well, you don't want to take, obviously. We do this? Or is there some sort of queen g4 move? Knight g6? Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. Like, it might be good, but I save my bishop or something. I don't know. Like, I'm not ready to like fully trust it. I'm sure the engine says better for white. It's probably completely winning. Let's see. Yeah, here. Yeah, okay. G6 is obviously better than G5. But this is very good for white for the probably exact same reason. You can't actually win the knight, or even if you do, like it's gonna be so bad by the time you get it. I can believe that. But yeah, King F6 and black is okay actually. Engine lines. I mean, I wouldn't trust it with my life, right? Something like this, Queen F7. Yeah, engine says it's about equal. I don't know what's happening here. Win in practice? I don't know. You don't have many pieces, Mr. Anthony. But I suppose if you know to go, like, first of all, if I'm playing this position just, you know, for the first time, I don't think I'm coming up with Queen F3, Queen F7 here. So if you want to make that argument, I would say it's a win in practice for black, because if white doesn't play this, then it's already very, very good for black. And I think this is hard to find. I wouldn't fucking see that. But sure, if you know Queen F7, then yeah, I could see white winning this for sure. But Queen takes D8. In case you're wondering, Billy is not only a better move, but definitely a safer move, and you'll win a pawn here. Don't listen to Anthony. He's very strong and not to be copied. Don't listen to Anthony and don't listen to Drippy G. These guys are too strong for their own good. We can't copy them. We can't emulate their chess. What would Salty play? Salty would be down a piece before we got here. Yeah, Salty's 2150 now. That's a fact. Glenn Northeast with thanks for 22 months. Radiohead's 4 months with Prime. I think it's clear. I think it's clear. Everyone needs Marbles Viagra. No, Salty did hit a new high rating. It's impressive. It is impressive. That's why he's unbanned, right? Of course. More marbles? No. Remember, we didn't even have 100 subs here. You guys wouldn't have even had any marbles races if it wasn't for the plebs. It's not a good look. We did 4 races, barely got to 100 each race, and that's with a 70-30 pleb, well, sub-pleb split. Rough. This is why the chat is in marbles probation. Awful split. Should be 95-5, Ralph, you know? Should be 95-5. I think everyone knows that. Omid on the tracks. Go Omid. Wow, man's too hot, but I ain't Big Shaq. Oh my god, Lost Moose. You're insane, man. You're insane. A real grinder, a real trooper. Java Bandit, 20 subs. We need to get Java Bandit on Kick. Did that not happen yet? We might have to send Valentinian door to door. Here's what Kick can do for you. Here's what Kick can do for us. Actually. We need Java Bandits, 20 subs on Kick. Right, Val? Do you get 10% of the profits? You want 10% of... So you want a bigger percentage than Kick. Is that what I'm understanding, Val? You want a bigger cut than Kick? I could pay Kick and pay Val and still be paying less than Twitch. Bing chillin'. Do you not know that we already have? We were on Kick before XQC. Exclamation mark Kick. That's right, Val. Thank you very much, Java Bandit. Bronislaura Bros. Thanks for the tier 3 11 months. Damn. Why do I not recognize that name? Is that a name change? Or do you not chat much? It's for a little while, Hawken. But it's not necessarily permanent, so. Gotta make your career. That's very kind, Java. We also just surpassed the goal, thanks to the subs from Java Bandit. I think we hit exactly and then surpassed. So thank you very much, Java. Cheers, Hawken. Is Stonewall bad at high level? Yes. Yes. Ahmad Chess Kid. Are you soliciting, Val? Are you soliciting? All right. All right. Val's soliciting. We're going to have to let the final race be the decider. Technically, because both of these people were subs, the subs won. Which means the pleb sub score is 2-2. So the next race will decide it all. Who walks away victorious? Plebs or subs? Exclamation mark play. We need plebs in here. Make yourself known, plebs. There's only 100 slots. Not complex. Thanks, Brennan Bibbich. 37 months and tier 3 for so long. Thanks, Brennan. Adjectives and nouns. Metaphors on fleek. Charisma so unique. Drop his knife. Living out my best life. Troll away, hater. Alpha, you can be beta. This is the OG one, Tim. If you didn't know, this is Omid's first track that he ever put out. Bye, hater. Like an LA Laker. Exclamation mark. Play. I got 8 more spots. Born to stand out. Yeah, it's funny how that is, loose cannon. All right, we're starting. Final race. Thanks so much to Java Bandit. You have him to thank as well. Embodied in my body. Me too, Java Bandit, honestly. Oh, Billy Kirby with another strong start. Can't make money. Oh, Java Bandit, are you getting the boost? Why did you go so far? There's Java Bandit. Beacon. Slow Energy. Who's at the front? It's Highway Bug. It's Michael2288. Highway Bug, Sicko Sid, Billy Kirby, Newt. The plebs are saying hi. Currently in first place, the plebs. Wow. Bing chillin' still in first. Unbelievable. Bing still in first, just barely. But Dowdus is chasing. Oh, Bing just got stood up. Oh, but another pleb is in. Oh, but the subs jump ahead and Loaf takes it. No, he doesn't. He overshot it. Oh my God, and the plebs win. Loafs had the slam dunk for the finish, but the plebs come in and take first place. Absolutely disgusting stuff as the subs choke it out. Oof. You hate to see that. And Beacon will trot in very likely as the last place finisher. Wow. What are we waiting for? Who is still on the track? Are we waiting for something? Who's still here? Is there a marble just chilling on the side here? Huh? Ubitsia! Where the hell was Ubitsia's marble? What the hell? You guys saw that DNF? Ubitsia! The fuck was that guy? Ubitsia? Where were you hiding? What the hell? Hyvie5, thanks for the 6 months. It's okay, we all make mistakes, Hyvie. Floyd Akash, thanks for 66 months. Welcome back. And Phenom Monkey, 83 months. Hey, Phenom. Valiant effort to delay the race. What did you do? That's a great question, Ubitsia. We're all wondering as well. VFK by midnight is in first place. Beacon is in last place. But you know what? We are deciding subs versus plebs. Beacon, I'm willing to strap an ankle monitor on you and chalk it up to some community service. VFK by midnight against Violin. The best pleb against the best sub to determine once and for all. VFK. What's your username? VFK by midnight, nice and easy. And Violin, we know because you just played. Chess.com/play/online. This is the all-important match. Bastoon and VFK by midnight. Chess.com/play/online. Violin, if you're having trouble getting there, maybe refresh. 69th. Great question. You see your buddy Beacon at 66? We didn't get a 69th. The closest we got was Beacon. Here we go. He saw the rating, he said, fuck that. Well, I think we have a very strong sub. Better than I ever been. French power incoming. Wait a minute, Cardinal. That's a cop-out. Because black played the French and white is French. So, who are you cheering for? Actually, the French is going to win this game. I secured a bag. Oh, I secured a bag. Oh yeah, would you be tempted, Ralph? Would you do it, honestly? We know Salty would. That's a good comment from Tim. Tough to answer, right? Bastoon is facing a tough decision, and I agree with that move. Hola, hola, hola. Wow, Omizi can be your Aladdin. Okay. Queen f6, all right. How is he going to increase the pressure? White is currently down a pawn. Okay, solid move. Can't hate him, can't hate him. No realty money. I think you're on the right track there. This, for example, is not the right track. I mean, it doesn't win immediately, right? Bishop here, queen d6. But still, I think it's a good move. All the time. Bishop c5 is a good move, Venus. Don't think it quite wins. Rook e8, for example. Also, bishop e6 blocks the rook from attacking. But it would still be a good move. So that's a good suggestion as well. Okay. Oh. Ew. I think this is potentially the end. Okay. Knight f3 check. Knight f3 check. Not fictional. As an individual, plot to digital. Whoa! Oh! We need some speed from Bastoon. 1600 against 1100. Bastoon is officially up on time. Oh, we need some speed. We absolutely do. Oh, man. Even if you're losing a piece, make a move. Nice. Knight d5 is fantastic. Oh, but we need the next one. We need the next one. You guys are both slow, which means there is hope here. Nice move. Nice quick one. Oh, right when they make a quick move, their next move takes 10 seconds. That's okay. There finally the speed comes in. Finally the speed comes in. Missed this. Oh, the pre-move. The pre-move is coming in. He's got the pre-moves. Let's go. Let the pre-moves. Allez, allez, allez. Wow. 1100 upsets a 1600 to take victory for the subs. Holy smokes. How many checkmates were there missed? This was always made in two. Always made in two. What the hell? Was that not bullet habits at the end? Was that not bullet habits at the end? He just shuffled. Beautiful. That's how you get the speed. VFK by midnight, 17-month resub with Prime. He says, take me out, coach. Oof. Damn, underdog magic for sure. Exclamation mark underdog. Dang. Dang. VFK by midnight. We would ban you, but you're part of the esteemed rankings of the subs now, and I consider that to be a statement to the pleb community more than banning you. We want everyone to know that VFK has defected to the subs. He realized that's where he needed to be the whole time. He wasn't cut out to be a pleb. Violin with the dub. I don't know, Red Pandas. I don't know what just happened, but a dub is a dub is a dub. Damn. LeBron. We got some good mileage out of marbles. This was a great finish. The subs caught the dubs. Congratulations. Get the plebs out of there. Get them out of there. You guys know what we're doing tonight. Around 9 p.m. Eastern. So in about 30 minutes, we're going to be doing an NFL draft. And we'll be keeping the stream going for Friday. But Twitch is not frisky enough for us. So we're switching to Kick. That's where our Frisky Friday will continue. Exclamation mark Kick. We're marbles out, and you already know the only reason we're here is marbles, duh. So we're gonna go stream on Kick. Is it our inaugural Kick Frisky Friday? I'd say our last Friday was fairly frisky, if you remember, but it didn't have that official label. So with the with the labeling and the branding, I would say first one. So we're gonna continue the stream. I'm gonna end. I'm gonna restart. I'm gonna restart on Kick. Exclamation mark Kick. I'll be putting in the link in our Twitch chat, but come join us. Starting the stream up right away, so you won't miss anything. Thanks for playing marbles, guys. Go subs. And I will be streaming tomorrow, bright and early, 11 a.m. right back here on Twitch, by the way. So I'll be starting my day off bright and early with the good people here. But for now, some late night fun over on Kick. I'll see you guys there. Come join me.